Chapter 3408. The Earth Spirit Clan could become one of the most powerful clans in the east continent of the ancestral god realm, not because of luck, but because of strength. Look, book. As soon as the Earth Spirit Clan's 9 men killing formation appeared, the weather changed, the sun and the moon dimmed, and the terrifying murderous aura made all the cultivators' hearts palpitate. However, the Earth Spirit Clan wanted to deal with Tsang-Ke, who was once a supreme god ancestor in the ancestral god realm. Even though his cultivation had fallen from the supreme god realm, his divine body was still extremely strong. Even the strength of a quasi-supreme master could not hurt Tsang-Ke's divine body. Buzz! Meanwhile, a rumbling sound resounded from within the 9 slaughter formation, and then a scene that caused everyone to be dumbstruck appeared. The 9 rays of Sword of Annihilation that pierced towards Tsang-Ke were actually blasted away by him. An extremely strong divine power burst out from Tsang-Ke's body, and the whole 9 men killing formation shook. The 9 quasi-great ancestors of the 9 men killing formation suffered a great impact at the same time. The weaker ones spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered internal injuries. How could he, a middle-aged cultivator in the 9 men killing formation, said in shock? The strength of Tsang-Ke's divine body was far beyond everyone's expectation. At this moment, Tsang-Ke seemed to have turned into a terrifying god of war. He was extremely ferocious, and he kept punching the 9 experts in the 9 men killing formation with his fists. The violent power kept exploding, and the void kept collapsing under the bombardment of Tsang-Ke's fists. Even the chaotic chi was blown out by him. At this moment, the 9 men killing formation was operating, and the 9 figures disappeared. Tsang-Ke could not sense where the 9 experts of the Earth Spirit Clan were. The powerful thing about the 9 men killing formation was that the people and the formation became one. The formation was the people, and the people were the formation. The strength of the 9 experts could be gathered together to launch a shocking attack, or they could be separated. At this moment, there was a shocking change in the 9 men killing formation. Within the range of the 9 men killing formation, the void became chaotic as if a chaotic world was being born. Tsang-Ke, who was inside the 9-person killing formation, was in big trouble. He kept roaring in the primal chaos. He wanted to break through the primal chaos and break out of the 9-person killing formation. However, the power of the 9 people killing formation was very strong. Even someone as strong as Tsang-Ke, who had the strongest divine body, could not escape from it in a short time. Just as Tsang-Ke was trapped in the 9-man killing formation, old ancestor Yu Qiong and the deity race's young master started fighting. "You're crazy. Do you know what you're doing?" The young master of the deity race roared at old ancestor Yu Qiong. He couldn't believe that this guy dared to attack him. "Cut the crap. You're unlucky today." Old ancestor Yu Qiong attacked as he spoke. He was completely unafraid of the divine mountain beneath the deity race's young master's feet. He punched the divine mountain again and again. Heavy crashing sounds rang out continuously. The deity race's young master's divine mountain was shaken by ancestor Yu Qiong's fists. After all, old ancestor Yu Qiong was from the older generation. His cultivation realm was very high. After all, he was an ancestor. Even if he was not a real ancestor, his combat strength should not be underestimated. The deity race's young master was shocked and angry. However, he had the divine mountain to protect him. Old ancestor Yu Qiong could not defeat him in a short time. Near the immortal Medicine Ridge, apart from these 2 battles, there was another place where people were fighting. It was the experts of the Earth Spirit Clan attacking the demon god. There was no doubt that the demon god was powerful, but the Earth Spirit Clan's old ancestor was also very powerful and had powerful battle prowess. Damn it! The demon god attacked in anger. Naturally, he did not hold back. The demon god's power exploded from his body and turned into countless light blades that slashed at the Earth Spirit Clan's ancestor. Seeing that, the Earth Spirit Clan's ancestor directly disappeared into the void. The light blades formed by the demon god's power only destroyed an afterimage. The demon god was shocked. This guy actually mastered such a divine ability. The Earth Spirit Clan was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Get in here! At that moment, the void around the monster god's body suddenly collapsed and shattered. The monster god felt his body tighten as a powerful devouring force instantly enveloped him and pulled him into the chaos. The power of the void. The demon god released the demon god's power and blocked all the primal chaos that was coming toward him. The surrounding primal chaos couldn't get close to him. The Earth Spirit Clan's ancestors' laughter suddenly resounded in the surroundings. The laughter came from all directions, causing the demon god to frown. What a cunning guy! The demon god couldn't sense the opponent's exact location. However, a powerful wave of divine consciousness spread from his body. As long as the guy hiding nearby dared to come near him, he would be able to sense his existence. However, the cunning guy didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. Just as Venerable Demon God fell into a passive state, another group of experts arrived. It was the deity race's reinforcements. The leader was a middle-aged man with a tall build. He was clad in black armor without a helmet. "Young lord, we're here." The middle-aged man shouted in the direction of the deity race's young lord. "Very well. Yu Qiong has betrayed our clan. You guys came just in time. Come and help us capture this guy and let the Lord deal with him." The deity race's young lord's voice was heard. What? Hearing the deity race's young lord's words, the deity race's experts couldn't help but be shocked. Ancestor Yu Qiong rebelled? How could this be possible? "Young lord, what did you say? Yu Qiong rebelled?" A fair-skinned and chubby middle-aged man walked out from behind the middle-aged fighter. As he spoke, he strode through the void and charged in the direction of the deity race's young master. However, the next moment, the chubby man was sent flying and coughed up blood. It was obvious that he was severely injured in an instant. Seeing the scene, the deity race's experts were inexplicably shocked. "Yu Qiong, are you really going to do it?" The deity race's young lord roared. "Humph, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you," Yu Qiong said coldly. As he spoke, he punched the divine mountain again. Boom! The divine mountain trembled with a loud bang. The deity race's young lord suffered a great impact from the fist energy. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. "Kill!" At this moment, an angry roar was heard. Then, a saber light descended from the sky and fell directly on Yu Qiong's head. The extremely sharp saber light cut through the void, as if it was going to split the world in half. "Seal!" Yu Qiong hurriedly formed a seal with both hands and pushed upwards. 9 divine runes rushed out from his hands, each emanating an immortal aura. The 9 divine inscriptions sealed off a part of the void. The saber light that descended from the sky was immediately frozen in the void, sealed by the 9 divine inscriptions. At the same time, a figure descended from the sky and stepped on the void that was sealed by the 9 divine runes. In the next moment, the entire void collapsed. What? Yu Qiong couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. He knew who it was. He was extremely unwilling to fight this guy, but he had no choice but to do so. The person who attacked Yu Qiong was the middle-aged warrior who had just arrived. The middle-aged warrior was extremely powerful. Not only did he break the void that Yu Qiong had sealed with his foot, but he also continued to step on Yu Qiong. Sky-flipping palm. Yu Qiong roared and slapped his palm at the middle-aged warrior. In the next moment, his palm collided with his opponent's huge foot, and a muffled sound was heard. Roar! Yu Qiong roared. He only felt a wave of power passing through his hand and directly shook him. His body trembled, and his entire body immediately flew backward. At the same time, the middle-aged warrior was also pushed back by Yu Qiong's palm strength. The two experts collided head-on, but there was no winner or loser. However, the vast and mighty energy waves that spread out shook the heavens and the earth. The entire void rippled like water. At this time, the young master of the deity race also rushed over and joined forces with the middle-aged warrior to capture Yu Qiong. Who was Yu Qiong? How could he be captured so easily? The three great experts fought together, causing the entire chaotic void to boil. It was extremely terrifying. More and more cultivators gathered near the immortal Medicine Ridge. Most of them only watched quietly from afar. Only the strongest experts would watch the battle from a close distance. At this time, Gu Fei's clone shook his head. Among these three battles, only the Earth Spirit Clan's 9-man killing formation was interesting to him. Rumble. The void constantly shook and was annihilated. The 9-man killing formation, formed by the 9 great experts of the Earth Spirit Clan, was frantically operating, wanting to obliterate Tsong Ke in the formation. However, it was impossible for Tsong Ke to die so easily. He had a divine body of the extreme grade. Only the extreme grade Dao weapon could hurt him. Other Dao soldiers could not hurt him at all. To Tsong Ke, if his opponent did not have extreme grade Dao weapon, he would have already won. There was no need to fight anymore. But now, the power gathered by the 9-man killing formation was extremely strong. Otherwise, it would not have been able to trap Tsong, Quebec kill. The 9 great experts roared at the same time. The power of the 9 great experts instantly gathered together and turned into a divine reed, which pierced through Tsong Ke in the formation. Even Tsong Ke, who used to be an extreme grade god ancestor, could not help but be shocked by the explosion of the divine reed. Damn it! Tsong Ke had no choice but to directly spit out a flying sword. As soon as the flying sword appeared, a shocking sword chi immediately appeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 30, 409. The Earth Spirit Clan strength was not to be underestimated. At this moment, the Earth Spirit Clan was blocking Tsong Ke's group with their own strength in the immortal Medicine Ridge. Tsong Ke's group had already taken back the immortal Medicine Ridge from the Heavenly God Clan, but the Earth Spirit Clan's powerful attack changed the ownership of the immortal Medicine Ridge. The Earth Spirit Clan seemed to be determined to get the immortal Medicine Ridge. Therefore, they sent several ancestor-level experts to take the immortal Medicine Ridge away from Tsong Quebec. At this moment, the power of the 9-men killing formation erupted. The terrifying power sealed the entire void, trapping Tsong Ke in the killing formation. Roar. Tsong Ke kept roaring inside the 9-men killing formation. How dare you? You want to trap me? Dream on. Tsong Ke roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a sword light. The moment the sword light appeared, the temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly under the impact of the shocking murderous aura. Swoosh! A beam of immortal sword light cut through the world, creating a pitch-black crack in the void. The beam of sword light was like a hot knife through butter, directly breaking through the killing formation of the 9 people. Ultimate divine sword. Everyone was extremely shocked when they witnessed the scene, especially the members of the Earth Spirit Clan. Their eyeballs were on the verge of falling to the ground. The formation diagram of the 9-men killing formation was directly cut in half by Tsong Ke's sword. 2 people in the 9-men killing formation were directly cut by the sword light. Their bodies and souls were destroyed in an instant. Not even a trace of blood was left behind. This was probably the most thorough way to die in the world. The 9-men killing formation was broken. The Earth Spirit Clan finally couldn't hold on anymore. Tsong Ke was finally serious. He even used his final trump card. At that moment, the sword light of the extreme path, which had split the formation diagram of the 9-men killing formation in half, instantly rushed out and disappeared into the void. The terrifying sword chi also retreated like a tide. Fortunately, Song-K did not slash in the direction of the Immortal Medicine Ridge. Otherwise, the entire Immortal Medicine Ridge would have been split in half by this immortal sword light. No one at the scene said anything. They were all dumbfounded. No one had expected such an ending. The 9 men killing formation was simply a joke in front of Tsang, Quebec. Of the 9 powerhouses in the 9 men killing formation, 2 were killed on the spot, while 7 others suffered the impact and fled in all directions. Trying to escape? Hand over your life. Without any hesitation, Song-K activated his extreme sword weapon. 7 immortal sword lights shot out of his body and instantly caught up with the 7 half-step great ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan. The speed of the 7 sword lights was so fast that the 7 half-step great ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan did not even have time to scream before they were killed by the sword lights. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and even their belongings were destroyed by the sword lights. How dare you? How dare you kill my clansmen? You're dead meat. Just when Song-K killed the 7 half-step great ancestors, a furious roar came from the sky. A powerful and terrifying figure appeared on the back of the octopus. The aura emitted by this figure was much stronger than Old Man Tianxiong's. Humph. Killing 2 is killing. Killing 9 is also killing. Since your Earth Spirit clan wants to go against me, I'll kill as many as you come. Song-K stared at the figure and said coldly, "Since when did this fella become so domineering?" Gufei's clone, who was watching the show from afar, was surprised to see Song-K's domineering attitude. Good. Very good, very good. The figure on the octopus's back was furious. He leaped from the octopus's back and pounced at Song-Quebec. A powerful wave of energy exploded from the figure. "Let me see who you are." Song-K dared not delay. A sword light shot out from his body and slashed at the figure that was pouncing down from the sky. The sword light was like a dragon, soaring into the sky. That person laughed and disappeared into the void, like a shadow dissipating in the void. What? Oh no! Song-K was taken aback when he saw that, and he dashed forward without hesitation. At this critical moment, a palm silently slapped out from the void, almost hitting Song-Quebec. This caused him to break out in cold sweat. "You are..." Song-K suddenly thought of a person when he saw the faint figure. This person's background was even greater than Old Man Tianxiong's. Earth Spirit ancestor. Song-K stared at the figure in shock. "It's just a clone." Gufei's clone said disapprovingly, "It's just an incarnation." Song-K was speechless when he heard Gufei's clone. He was probably the only one who dared to look down on the Earth Spirit clan's ancestor. The Earth Spirit ancestor was an extremely ancient living being. He was famous even earlier than Song-K, the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestor. Song-K didn't dare to look down on such an existence. However, Gufei's clone didn't have any scruples. He didn't care about the person's background. What he cared about was strength, invincible strength. In the face of absolute strength, old ancestors and ancestors were all bullsh *t, little fella, how dare you kill my descendant? Don't you think you deserve to die? The illusory figure emitted a wave of divine will. Although this was only an incarnation, it still possessed an invincible aura. A strong aura burst out from the blurry figure. The surrounding void became unstable as if it could explode at any time. Everyone who was watching the battle was shocked. This fella was definitely a super antique. His strength was terrifying. Even if it was just a clone, it could easily kill a quasi-supreme being existence. The Earth Spirit clan had a clone of the Earth Spirit ancestor. Naturally, they weren't afraid of the other clans. But now the situation had changed. Song-K was back. Although he wasn't the Song-K of the past, the Earth Spirit ancestor was just a clone. If these two experts were to meet, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose once they started fighting. TSK. You're just a clone. What's there to be arrogant about? Do you really think that you're still the Earth Spirit ancestor? Song K said disdainfully. If the other party wasn't just a clone, he would have turned and fled. But the other party was just a clone. If he couldn't even deal with a clone, how was he supposed to survive in the world of cultivation? Little fella, you're too arrogant. The Earth Spirit ancestor's clone said coldly. The blurry figure suddenly became more real. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone emitted a shocking aura. In the next moment, the surrounding void exploded as if it was going to turn back into chaos. Boundless divine light exploded from the figure. Divine runes circled around the figure. The Earth Spirit ancestor's clone seemed like it was going to turn back into flesh. Seeing this, Song K felt a little uneasy. What is this fella doing? Is he really going to be reborn? Gu Fei's clone muttered to himself. The strength of the Earth Spirit clan's primogenitor was unquestionable. One must know that the Earth Spirit clan's primogenitor could intimidate the entire eastern continent with just a clone, causing all the major clans to not dare to act rashly. Die. Song K attacked. An immortal sword light rushed out and slashed at the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone. It broke the Earth Spirit ancestor's protective light. However, in the next moment, Song K was dumbfounded. The sword light slashed the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone in half. However, the two halves of the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone that had been split in half actually merged back together in the next moment. They fused into one and instantly recovered. He's fine after being slashed by the sword light? Not only was Song K frightened by this scene, but even Gu Fei's avatar was shocked. One had to know that the Earth Spirit ancestor was only an avatar, but it was fearless against the extreme Tao sword ray. As such, the Earth Spirit ancestor was in an invincible position. Song K's biggest reliance became useless. Little fella, die. The Earth Spirit ancestor attacked too. Like a shadow, he pounced at Song K at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a ball of divine light emerged from Song K's body and enveloped him. Bam! The Earth Spirit ancestor slammed into the ball of divine light on Song K's body and sent Song K flying. In the next moment, Song K's protective divine light shattered while he was still in the air. The Earth Spirit ancestor burst into laughter and instantly caught up to Song K like a puff of smoke. He then extended his right hand and grabbed Song K's neck, lifting him up. Everyone was dumbfounded as if they had turned into fossils. The Earth Spirit ancestor captured Song K right away. Is Song K dead for sure? At this moment, the deity race's young master who was fighting Ancestor Yuqiong was surprised and overjoyed to see the Earth Spirit ancestor capture Song Quebec. It was definitely a good thing for him that Song K was killed by the Earth Spirit ancestor. I heard that Song K has the support of an expert. He won't die. Someone said something like that. What? Could the rumor be true? Someone said in shock. I've long heard that Song K invited experts from other realms to help him. It seems like the rumor isn't groundless. Someone looked in the direction of Gu Fei's clone. He can even invite the outer realm demons. Who else can't he invite? Some people who held grudges against the chaotic Golden Rock race started saying things that would make the crowd feel disgusted. Colluding with the demons was a public offense in the ancestral god realm. Chapter 34:10. Although it was only an incarnation of the Earth Spirit ancestor, his combat power was heaven-defying. He managed to capture Song K in one move. At this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. This was especially true for those from the Chaos Golden Rock race. They were shocked to the extreme. Little fella, you're still too young. The Earth Spirit ancestor easily captured Song K and grabbed his neck with one hand, lifting him into the air. Song K was shocked. He did not expect the Earth Spirit clan's ancestor to be so powerful. It was only an incarnation, but it could defeat him. When the spectators heard the words of the Earth Spirit primogenitor, they were speechless. He actually said that Sankei was too inexperienced. Sankei was the primogenitor of the Chaos Golden Rock race, a true super ancient being. Those who could become the ancestor of a clan were all super ancient beings. Sankei was also an ancient living being. He was born in the chaos, but he was born after the chaos was created. The Earth Spirit clan's ancestor was even older than Tsang Quebec. He was born before the universe was created, and he was a real chaotic living being. An existence of this level could not be seen in the current world. Even the Earth Spirit ancestor only left behind an incarnation. It wasn't easy for Sankei to live to this day. In that extremely distant and ancient era, powerhouses stood in great numbers. Even the existence of the extreme Tao realm was in danger of dying. Even the real chaotic living beings could not be absolutely invincible. But now, the Earth Spirit ancestor's incarnation displayed a combat power that was unbelievable. How could an incarnation be so powerful? It was beyond everyone's imagination. Even Sankei could not understand how the Earth Spirit ancestor's incarnation could be so powerful. Sankei was once a supreme Tao God ancestor in the ancestral God realm. He knew how powerful an incarnation's combat power was because he had refined more than one incarnation. This fella is too powerful. At this moment, Gufei's clone could no longer remain calm. He abruptly stood up from his chair and threw the jade plate in his hand to the Golden Rock goddess, who was standing beside him. Sankei wanted to take back the immortal Medicine Ridge, so he brought Goddess Golden Rock and the others along. "Hurry up and save the old ancestor." The Golden Rock goddess turned pale. Once Sankei was killed by the ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan, the chaotic Golden Rock clan, which had just shown signs of rising, would be beaten back to its original state. "Little fellow, let me send you on your way." The Earth Spirit primogenitor said as he prepared to kill Tsang. Quebec Sankei panicked when he heard that. He didn't want to die in the hands of a clone. This kind of death was too depressing. Just as the Earth Spirit ancestor was about to kill Sankei, his left hand suddenly stopped in midair. It wasn't that the Earth Spirit ancestor didn't want to kill Sankei, but at that moment a figure appeared behind him. That figure appeared without any warning. "Fellow Taoist, please do not meddle in other people's business." The incarnation of the Earth Spirit ancestor retracted his left hand and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist." Everyone was shocked when they heard the Earth Spirit ancestor's words. One must know that the person whom the Earth Spirit ancestor addressed as a fellow Taoist was at least someone with a similar cultivation as him. Gufei's cultivation has already reached a level where he can be compared to an incarnation of the Earth Spirit ancestor. Someone muttered. In the East Continent, the name that the powerful cultivators heard the most recently was Gufei. It was no wonder. The things that Gufei had done since he broke the time limit were too influential. Not only the East Continent, but the experts from other continents had also heard of him. He was the expert behind Tsang Quebec. There were definitely many people in the East Continent who knew him, especially the Heavenly God clan, the Earth Spirit clan, and the Black Snake clan. These powerful clans were wary of the expert behind Sankei and were unwilling to provoke him. "He's my friend. How can I watch my friend get killed by you?" Gufei's incarnation said indifferently. His face was expressionless. "So you're determined to save him?" The Earth Spirit ancestor said coldly, "Do you even need to ask?" Gufei's incarnation said, "Sai, I didn't want to make enemies, but since you're courting death, there's nothing I can do. I'll send you all to hell." The Earth Spirit ancestor said helplessly. Gufei's incarnation laughed. "Uft, do you think you're invincible?" "I'm not invincible, but I'm close to it," the Earth Spirit ancestor said. "Keep on bragging." Gu Fei's incarnation said disapprovingly, "It was only an incarnation. No matter how powerful it was, there was a limit. Moreover, the opponent was an incarnation, while the Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation was a clone. Incarnations were usually weaker than clones and could not use many divine abilities. Then I'll kill him first, then I'll kill you." The Earth Spirit Ancestor was about to attack, but at that moment a terrifying aura surged out from behind the Earth Spirit Ancestor. Gu Fei's clone, who was standing behind the Earth Spirit Ancestor, exuded an extreme aura. Rumble! In the next moment, a terrifying power spread out in all directions with Gu Fei's clone at the center. Of course, it also enveloped the Earth Spirit Ancestor. The Earth Spirit Ancestor was shocked. He felt that he couldn't move his body. In the next moment, a fist smashed into his back. A dull thud was heard. Although the Earth Spirit Ancestor was just an illusion, the punch from Gu Fei's incarnation seemed to have landed on a person with flesh and blood. In the next moment, the Earth Spirit Ancestor's figure dissipated as if it had turned into nothingness. Everyone's eyes almost fell to the ground. It was as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. They were all stunned. What? Up in the sky, the experts of the Earth Spirit Clan on the back of the octopus were shocked when they saw the scene. That was an incarnation left by their ancestor. How could it be shattered by a single punch from him? Impossible! How is this possible? An expert from the Earth Spirit Clan said with a trembling voice. "Thank you, I owe you a life." Song Ke touched his neck and said, there were a few finger marks on his neck. He was scratched by the Earth Spirit Clan's Earth Spirit Ancestor. "Wrong. You owe me 2 lives. Gu Fei's incarnation shook his head and said, "Ah, right. I owe you 2 lives. Song Ke hurriedly said, "If it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would probably still be sealed in the mountain river diagram and would never be able to escape." This time, Gu Fei had saved him twice. "Both of you will die today." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from above their heads. Then a huge hand slammed down from the sky towards them. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth shook. An extremely terrifying destructive aura came from the huge hand, and the void below the hand was constantly destroyed. Seeing this scene, everyone who was watching the battle from afar could not help but retreat. If they were to be affected by this level of battle, their bodies and souls would be destroyed at any time. They were just watching the battle. They were not looking for death. I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. Today I'll use you to practice. Gu Fei's incarnation said and slapped upwards. A powerful force suddenly exploded and a huge hand appeared in the void, clashing with the huge hand that was slapping down from the sky. Song Ke wanted to attack too, but he was stopped by Gu Fei's incarnation because Song Ke was no match for the Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation was one of the most powerful beings that Gu Fei's incarnation had ever seen. Even Gu Fei himself was not confident that he could defeat this strange fellow. Before this, he had never thought that an incarnation could be so powerful. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation could definitely kill a quasi-supreme being easily. Even an existence like Song Ke was no match for it. Under countless people's shocked gazes, the 2 huge hands collided like 2 immemorial divine mountains colliding. The next moment, the entire sky collapsed and even the chaotic energy was shaken out. The 2 huge hands disappeared in the void at the same time. The 2 forces collided and intertwined, forming an even more terrifying energy storm that spread in all directions. Even the octopus monster in the sky was affected. It had no choice but to carry the experts of the Earth Spirit Clan away. These 2 freaks, the place where the deity clan's young master and Yu Qiong fought, wasn't far from the place where Gu Fei's incarnation and the Earth Spirit Ancestor were fighting. However, they were affected by the mighty energy storm and had no choice but to stop and hide far away. At this moment, the battle between the demon god and an ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan was about to end. However, the movement caused by the attack of Gu Fei's incarnation and the Earth Spirit Ancestors' incarnation was too terrifying. The world and the void were being annihilated rapidly. Although the mighty energy storm did not really affect them, they couldn't help but stop. Everyone knew that the battle between Gu Fei's incarnation and the Earth Spirit Ancestors' incarnation was the most important battle. If Gu Fei's incarnation won, everyone from the Earth Spirit clan would die. However, if the Earth Spirit Ancestors' incarnation won, then Gu Fei's incarnation, the experts of the chaotic Goldenrock clan, and all of Gu Fei's subordinates would be in trouble. Therefore, everyone was nervously staring at the two figures that were moving quickly in the void. Even Song Ke hid far away. Naturally, he hoped that Gu Fei's incarnation could defeat the Earth Spirit Ancestors' incarnation. At this moment, it was as if there were really two supreme beings fighting in the sky. The world and the void looked like it was about to collapse. Chapter 34:11. High up in the sky, Gu Fei's clone and the Earth Spirit Ancestors' clone were fighting. Two powerful shock waves spread out, causing the void to shake. At this moment, the entire sky seemed like it was going to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. Who the Immortal Medicine Ridge belonged to. After this battle, it would be clear. No one could give up a place like the Immortal Medicine Ridge. To Gu Fei's clone and the Earth Spirit Ancestor, the Immortal Medicine Ridge couldn't be given up because it was related to the rise and fall of a race. Boom! Bam! The two figures moved rapidly in the void. Every time they collided, the entire world would tremble. The power of the extreme Tao level was vast and mighty. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked, especially Tsang Quebec. He was almost killed by the Earth Spirit Ancestor just now. No one knew how powerful and terrifying the Earth Spirit Ancestor was more than him. Of course, this was excluding Gu Fei's clone. This guy can actually fight against the Ancestor. The experts of the Earth Spirit clan couldn't believe it because they knew how terrifying the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone was. Although it was just a clone, it could intimidate all forces. The Earth Spirit clan didn't rely on luck to survive until now. It was because the Earth Spirit clan's foundation was so deep that all forces were afraid of it. Master will definitely win. One of the three stone demons, the Chaos Demon Ape, stared at the two experts in the battle and muttered to himself. Previously, he was sent flying by the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone with a casual wave of his hand, so he was naturally not convinced. However, the battle power of the Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation was there for all to see. Even if he, the Great Een Demon Spider, and the Dragon Head Demon attacked together, they definitely wouldn't be the Earth Spirit Ancestor's match. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone was already on a different level from them. Since Gu Fei's clone could fight against the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone, it was enough to prove that Gu Fei's clone and the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone were on the same level. At this time, the deity race's young master and ancestor Yu Qiong had already stopped. They were stunned by the scene in front of them. Terrifying energy waves spread out, forcing them to retreat further away. Although the battle between the demon god and the Earth Spirit clan's old ancestor had not ended, they had split up and were watching from the sidelines. The battle between Gu Fei's clone and the Earth Spirit Primogenitor's clone had a huge impact. It was enough to change many people's fates. This was a decisive battle. If Gu Fei's clone defeated the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone, then no one from the Earth Spirit clan would be able to escape. Master will not lose. The demon god stood on a mountain peak in the distance. He looked up at the two figures in the sky that were so fast that he couldn't even see their shadows. His eyes were constantly flickering. Humph! Want to defeat the old ancestor? It looks like you've all gone mad. The Earth Spirit clan's elder, who was confronting the monster divine, Venerable, said, "It's hard to say who's the crazy one." The demon god said disdainfully, "Humph! We'll soon know who's the crazy one. Just wait and see That guy named Gu Fei will definitely die in the hands of our old ancestor. The Earth Spirit Clan's elder said proudly. The monster god stopped talking because the battle between Gu Fei's doppelganger and the Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation was about to end. Boom! At this time, a huge hand appeared high up in the sky and directly slapped a figure away. An extremely tyrannical energy wave spread out. Gu Fei's clone displayed the sky-covering palm. The palm covered the sky, and the power of the palm shrouded the entire heaven and earth. No one could avoid such a palm, they could only face it head-on. Even the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone couldn't avoid the palm of Gu Fei's clone. Roar! The Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone roared and pushed his hands forward. An earth-shattering power surged forward and instantly collided with the sky-covering palm of Gu Fei's clone. Rumble! The whole heaven and earth seemed like it was about to explode. Two terrifying and monstrous powers collided and intertwined with each other, turning into a huge energy ball. This, Gu Fei's clone immediately retreated far away when he saw that. However, the Earth Spirit Ancestor didn't retreat. He actually wanted to devour the super huge energy ball. It was definitely an extremely crazy move. This guy is really crazy. Gu Fei's clone couldn't believe what he saw from afar. At this time, the Earth Spirit Clan's ancestor really wanted to devour the energy ball. All the cultivators who saw that were dumbfounded. This guy is courting death. Someone said, if this guy can really devour that energy ball, then the one who will die will be Gu Fei. Someone exclaimed. At this time, no one could tell that the Gu Fei who was fighting with the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone wasn't Gu Fei's real body. It was just a clone. Gu Fei's two clones both had flesh and blood. They were no different from ordinary cultivators. Very few people could see through them. Of course, not everyone could see through Gu Fei's real body. Those with higher cultivation than him could see through Gu Fei's real body. However, the current Gu Fei was a quasi-supreme existence. Anyone with a higher cultivation than him would be an extreme grade sovereign. In the current era, extreme grade sovereigns were already extinct. Since Gu Fei started cultivating, he had only met 3 existences at the extreme Tao level. One was Jiang Renhuang of the human realm, who was at the extreme Tao level. The other was the ancestor of the Netherblood Sea in the chaotic demonic realm. The last one was the existence that the Golden Crow ancestor had sealed in the Earth's ancestor. Die! Gu Fei's clone roared and attacked. He waved his hand and 10 extremely dazzling sword lights rushed out from his hand and pierced through the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone. The 10 sword lights turned into 10 rainbow swords that flashed across the sky and pierced through the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone. Gu Fei's clone knew that if the Earth Spirit Ancestor successfully devoured the energy ball, then the ones who would die would be him, Sankei, and the other experts. He naturally didn't want that to happen. Devour the heavens and earth. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone roared, and a terrifying devouring power immediately exploded from his body. In the next moment, the 10 sword lights that pierced through the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone instantly disappeared. They were devoured completely, and not even a trace of sword chi was left. This, Gu Fei's clone was shocked. One should know that he was using the sky-punishing sword technique. The sky-punishing sword technique was a killing sword technique created by the extreme sword ancestor. There was no doubt about the power of this sword technique. But now, the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone had devoured 10 sword lights at once. This guy, Sankei, and the others were shocked when they saw this. At this moment, the energy ball was devoured by the Earth Spirit Ancestor and was quickly refined into his own power. The aura emitted by the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone gradually became stronger. Rumble! The entire space was affected by the Earth Spirit Ancestor's aura, and it kept shaking. Pitch-black spatial cracks constantly appeared in the void. However, these spatial cracks only appeared for a short time and disappeared as soon as they appeared. This was the power of heaven and earth repairing the cracks in the void. I can't let him succeed. Gu Fei's clone roared and turned into a swordlight that charged towards the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone. The terrifying sword Qi spread from the swordlight. Unity of man and sword? Seeing this, the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone's expression finally changed. The invincible swordlight pierced through the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone. The swordlight that pierced through the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone disappeared in the void, and a figure appeared in the void. You! Before the Earth Spirit Ancestor could finish his sentence, there was a loud boom, and his entire body exploded. Of course, there was no scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. But even so, Gu Fei's clone couldn't feel happy because he could sense a trace of murderous intent. Someone was about to make a move on him. Whoosh! Just when Gu Fei's clone was about to leave, a figure appeared behind him and slapped him on the back. What? Gu Fei's clone was shocked. He was sent flying, and the sound of bones breaking came from his back. It was unknown how many pieces of his spine had been broken. Everyone was stunned when they saw this sudden scene. It was truly unimaginable. Originally, they thought that Gu Fei had won, but no one had imagined that there would be such a huge reversal in the outcome of this battle. You want to kill me? I am immortal. You think you can kill me? The figure sneered and took a step forward. In an instant, he caught up with Gu Fei's clone and stomped down. Bam! Kacha! A dull thud and the sound of bones breaking rang out once more. Gu Fei's doppelganger was directly trampled down from the sky by the figure. He was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Boom! With a bang, it smashed into the ground, smashing a huge mountain into pieces. Immediately, chaos filled the air and dust filled the air. The entire region was in chaos. Master. Chapter 34:12. Everyone thought that Gu Fei's clone would definitely win because the Earth Spirit Primogenitor was suppressed by Gu Fei's clone to the point that he couldn't retaliate at all. However, no one expected the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar to be hiding its true strength. The battle had taken a huge turn. The Earth Spirit Ancestor had kicked Gu Fei's avatar down from the sky. Everyone was shocked when they saw that. How is this possible? The 3 stone statue demons looked like they had really turned into 3 stone statues as their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. How can an avatar be so powerful? Even Sankei, who was once a supreme god ancestor, was shocked by the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar's combat power. One must know that Gu Fei's avatar's combat power was definitely above his. Most importantly, he knew Gu Fei's avatar had a supreme Dao weapon. How could Master lose? The demon god muttered to himself. He was very confident in Gu Fei's avatar, but he felt hopeless at that moment. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar was too powerful. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the ground. Then, the entire ground instantly exploded into dust. A figure rushed out from the dust and directly pounced towards the figure in the sky. A powerful force at the extreme Dao level erupted from the figure. The world shook and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. I knew it. How could Master be defeated so easily? The 3 stone statue demons, Sankei, the demon god, and the others were surprised and overjoyed when they saw that. This guy can take a blow from the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar and not die? The Heaven Ultimate God Young Master felt something was wrong. The old ancestor Yu Qiong had the most complicated feelings at that moment. He would be free if Gu Fei's avatar died in the hands of the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar. Deep down in his heart, he still hoped that Gu Fei's avatar would be killed by the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar. He did not know that he would not be free even if Gu Fei's avatar was killed by the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar. Old Ancestor Yu Qiong would not be free as long as Gu Fei's avatar did not die. Heavenly Ascension. Gu Fei's avatar performed one of the 9 secrets of a mortal path. the Heavenly Ascension secret technique. His aura instantly soared a few times in the next moment. In the next moment, the heavens and earth shook. The space around Gu Fei's clone shattered and was annihilated. It was as if the entire world could no longer contain such a powerful existence. What? Sensing the tyrannical aura erupting from Gu Fei's clone, all the spectating experts were stunned. This guy had also concealed his strength. Even so, you're still going to lose. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar sneered and slammed his palm toward Gu Fei's avatar, who was charging at him. The surrounding heaven and earth essence was completely devoured by his palm in an instant. The next moment, an extremely terrifying wave of energy erupted from the Earth Spirit Ancestor's hand. Heaven, severing sword. Gu Fei's doppelganger roared and directly used the ultimate move of Tianju sword skill. In the next moment, a dazzling and powerful sword light soared into the sky and collided with the palm of the Earth Spirit Ancestor's doppelganger. Swoosh! The sword light unleashed by Gu Fei's avatar instantly broke through the giant hand that was falling from the sky and directly cut the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar in half. Seeing this scene, everyone once again turned into stone, all of them dumbfounded. The situation of this battle had actually reversed so quickly. They thought that the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clan had won. But now, Gu Fei's avatar had appeared again and cut the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar in half. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar dissipated in the void and disappeared without a trace. Let's see how you can sneak up on me this time. Gu Fei's avatar roared. The next moment, he actually melted into the void around him and disappeared before everyone's eyes. What's going on? All the experts who saw this scene were indescribably shocked. What were these two fellows doing instead of having a proper duel? Were they playing a game of disappearing? Boom! Very soon, a loud explosion rang out from afar. After that, two figures tore through the void and emerged from the primal chaos. Everywhere they passed, the heavens and the earth exploded. Gu Fei's avatar seemed to have known all this. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar was not so easy to kill unless he used an extreme Tao treasure. The clone of the Earth Spirit Ancestor had indeed recovered. Could it be that this guy was really an undying existence? Divine Snatch! Gu Fei's avatar did not believe it. Even an extreme supreme could fall, let alone a mere avatar. He had no qualms about using the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The power of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was vast and mighty. The power of the divine snatch sent the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar flying, almost destroying his soul. Retreat! The Earth Spirit Ancestor transmitted to the rest of the Earth Spirit clan, then turned and fled. The secret technique that Gu Fei's avatar used was very heaven-defying. It was an extreme mystique that posed a great threat to the Earth Spirit Ancestor. He did not want to take the risk, so he could only flee. You think you can escape? Gu Fei's avatar sneered. With a flip of his right hand, a black saber appeared in his hand. He slashed at the figure in the sky without a second thought. Whoosh! With a flash of saber light, the Earth Spirit Primogenitus clone was once again cleaved into 2. This time, Gu Fei's clone was using an extreme Tao treasure. The inconspicuous black saber in his hand was the Azure Dragon Saber, one of the 10 great vicious weapons of the distant past. The Azure Dragon Saber was so powerful that even Gu Fei's avatar could not estimate its power. Without reaching the extreme Tao realm, it was hard to imagine how powerful an existence of this level was. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar was destroyed, but Gu Fei's avatar still felt uneasy. At this time, the experts of the Earth Spirit clan were retreating. The giant octopus was dragging the experts of the Earth Spirit clan away, trying to escape from this place. Kill! Gu Fei's avatar did not show any mercy. He slashed at the octopus. In the next moment, the octopus monster was cut in half by the sword light emitted by the supreme Tao weapon in Gu Fei's hand. Then its flesh, blood, tendons, and bones all turned into a bloody mist that dissipated into the void. What? Everyone was shocked. This guy's means were too heaven-defying. He killed the octopus of the Earth Spirit clan with a single slash. Even the Earth Spirit clan's experts on the octopus's back were not spared. They collapsed in the void and turned into a mist of blood. Rumble. After killing the Kraken and the Earth Spirit clan's experts, the sword light's momentum did not diminish at all. It continued until the sword light rushed hundreds of miles away before disappearing into the void. The power of this slash is so strong, someone exclaimed. This sword strike of Gu Fei's clone contained an invincible aura. It pressed forward with an indomitable will, unleashing all of his potential. The potential of Gu Fei's avatar was not to be underestimated. Once he unleashed his potential, he could even kill someone stronger than him with a single slash. This guy is invincible, someone said. The combat strength displayed by Gu Fei's avatar was too heaven-defying. Humph. There are countless geniuses in the current world. There are many people more powerful than this guy. Someone said disapprovingly, but that person is not you. Someone said disdainfully, what did you say? I said you're stupid. What do you think? Two experts who were watching the battle from afar started arguing. They were ready to fight if there was any disagreement. This was something that Gu Fei's avatar did not expect. Of course, Gu Fei did not care about this. At this moment, he sensed the aura of the Earth Spirit ancestor's avatar again. He could not believe it. After all, that guy was hit by the sword chi. How could he be fine? Of course, he was the only one who knew the secret. Boom! Just as Gu Fei's avatar was in shock, the void he was in suddenly collapsed. It was as if a huge mouth had suddenly appeared in the void and swallowed him. Gu Fei's avatar felt dizzy and found himself in a pitch-black void. There was no other light here except for the divine light emitted from his body. It was pitch-black everywhere. This was a world of darkness. Gu Fei could feel the aura of the inner world. Did I really get hit? Thinking up to this point, Gu Fei's clone's forehead was covered in sweat. His clothes were also drenched in sweat, making him uncomfortable to wear. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about anything else. He waved the black blade in his hand, and streaks of sharp blade lights shot out from the blade. The sword chi was unstoppable. The Earth Spirit ancestor's avatar was finished off by Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei's avatar knew that even so it would be difficult for him to kill the Earth Spirit ancestor's avatar. Unless his real body came, he would have a chance of killing this guy. As Gu Fei's avatar had expected, the Earth Spirit ancestor's avatar soon appeared in front of Gu Fei's avatar. He looked at Gu Fei proudly. I told you, you can't kill me. The Earth Spirit ancestor's avatar stared at Gu Fei's avatar and said coldly. A shocking, murderous aura exploded from his body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. I have to kill you even if I can't. Chapter 34:13. The Earth Spirit ancestor's incarnation was too powerful. Even Gu Fei's incarnation could not believe that the incarnation was not killed by the peerless saber. One must know that the peerless ominous blade was a divine blade of extreme Tao. Even if a quasi-supreme being were to be touched by the blade, they would instantly lose their lives, not to mention being slashed by the peerless ominous blade. However, the Earth Spirit ancestor's incarnation was slashed by the peerless saber, and he was still fine. How was that possible? Was he really immortal? The Earth Spirit ancestor was definitely an extreme Tao-level being, but no one knew if the incarnation refined by such an existence could fight against an extreme Tao weapon. I have already said that I am immortal. What can you do to me? The Earth Spirit ancestor's incarnation stared at Gu Fei's incarnation and said coldly. Although he was only an incarnation, he could see through Gu Fei's incarnation. Although this guy had flesh and blood, he was just an incarnation. It was not easy to cultivate an incarnation to such a level. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation did not dare to look down on Gu Fei's incarnation. This was a battle between the incarnation and the incarnation. It seemed that there was no suspense in this battle. Gu Fei's incarnation was at an absolute disadvantage. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation was too powerful. Even Song Ke, who used to be an extreme Tao God ancestor, did not expect an incarnation to be so powerful. It was comparable to a real extreme Tao God ancestor. Humph! You are not ashamed to lie. Since ancient times, who could be immortal? Even an extreme Tao Supreme Master would die. You are just an incarnation. How dare you say that you are immortal? Gu Fei's incarnation said disdainfully, "Can you kill me?" The Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation said proudly. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation was different. Otherwise, it would not have replaced the Earth Spirit Ancestor to guard the ancestral land of the Earth Spirit clan. Kill! Gu Fei's clone didn't want to waste time with this guy. He became one with the Tao body with the blade, and became one with the blade. He became one with the blade and turned into a terrifying blade light that slashed towards the clone of the Earth Spirit Ancestor. Do you really think I can't take care of you if I don't show my might? The Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone sneered and pounced forward. His right hand struck out with a knife hand to meet the incoming blade light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard. Gu Fei's doppelganger and the peerless ominous saber merged together to form a destructive saber light was knocked away by the Earth Spirit Ancestor's doppelganger with a single chop. What? Everyone who saw this scene was in disbelief. It's impossible for an incarnation to be this powerful. Could it be? Song Ke thought of a certain possibility and couldn't help but sweat. That was a legendary method. He had never heard of anyone successfully cultivating it. However, if someone really succeeded in cultivating that method, then they could basically achieve immortality. However, the price they had to pay was too great. Even an extreme supremacy couldn't afford that kind of price. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's doppelganger knocked away the sword light formed by the fusion of Gu Fei's doppelganger and the peerless ominous saber in just one move. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. At that moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger appeared in the void. He held the peerless ominous saber in his hand, but there was a trace of crimson blood at the corner of his mouth. What? Master is injured? Seeing the blood at the corner of Gu Fei's doppelganger's mouth, the 3 stone demons and the demon divine lord were shocked. They had never seen anyone who could hurt their master. The 3 stone demons and the demon divine lord couldn't tell that the master in front of them wasn't the real body. Haha, good, very good. The deity clan young master couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene. Old ancestor Yu Cheong's face was gloomy. He had offended the deity clan young master. He wouldn't go to the deity clan anymore because he knew the deity clan young master's temperament. The deity clan couldn't tolerate him anymore. Of course, if that guy was killed by the Earth Spirit Ancestor's doppelganger, then he would regain his freedom and wouldn't be controlled by others. You're not a doppelganger. You're the Earth Spirit Ancestor. Gu Fei's doppelganger stared at the illusory figure in front of him and said, "What?" All the experts who were watching the battle heard Gu Fei's doppelganger and were shocked. What does that mean? The doppelganger of the Earth Spirit Ancestor is the Earth Spirit Ancestor? Someone exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can such a thing happen? This is unheard of." Some people didn't believe what Gu Fei's doppelganger said at all. Looks like you're going to do whatever it takes to survive. Gu Fei's doppelganger continued with a disdainful smile. At that moment, he had already guessed why this guy was so powerful. To Gu Fei's knowledge, no one had ever refined a doppelganger that was this powerful and abnormal. Among the martial ancestors' inheritance that Gu Fei had obtained, there was a secret technique that defied the natural order. It was a secret technique that allowed one to refine oneself into one's own doppelganger. This secret technique was recorded in the martial ancestors' martial scripture because it was too heaven-defying. A secret technique that was favored by the martial ancestor was naturally extraordinary. However, Gu Fei wouldn't cultivate this secret technique because the price he had to pay was too high. It was hard to imagine that someone could do it. Little guy, you're still talking nonsense when you're about to die. You really don't know what's good for you. The Earth Spirit ancestor's doppelganger said coldly. He stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger with a dazzling light in his eyes, and a terrifying aura exploded from his body. The spectators who were closer to the battle were immediately affected. They cried out in alarm as they were sent flying. Some of the weaker cultivators even vomited blood as they were severely injured. This guy, Gu Fei's doppelganger's expression changed. The aura of the Earth Spirit ancestor's doppelganger was much stronger. This guy must have cultivated that secret technique to become like this. Swoosh! At the same time, the Earth Spirit ancestor moved. He stretched out his right hand and slapped at Gu Fei's doppelganger. Without any suspense, the Earth Spirit ancestor's strength was extremely strong. He slapped Gu Fei's doppelganger away like he was crushing dry weeds. He's too powerful. It's like the arrival of a supreme god ancestor. I can't defeat him at all. Gu Fei's doppelganger was shocked. This secret technique was indeed heaven-defying. It could actually temporarily restore this guy's cultivation and combat power to the peak of the past. In other words, the Earth Spirit ancestor's doppelganger could restore the cultivation of the supreme god ancestor. That was the real supreme god ancestor. This is bad. Chapter 34:14. At that moment, the incarnation of the Earth Spirit ancestor performed an ancient, secret skill. The faint figure of the Earth Spirit ancestor started to solidify rapidly. A terrifying aura of the extreme way burst out from his body. The entire world shook and the sky seemed to be about to explode. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared between the heavens and the earth, each of them emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. Extreme Way Supreme Master. Everyone was scared out of their wits. They immediately turned around and fled. The Extreme Path's aura was not something that just anyone could endure. This was the true might of the Extreme Path. In just an instant, the aura that came from the Earth Spirit ancestor's body enveloped the entire world. Not only did the aura startle the entire East continent, it even spread out from the East continent. The experts from the other 4 regions could also sense it. What's going on? Is there Extreme Way God ancestor? In the East continent, at the core of the Earth Fire Cave, a figure was coiled up. It was a figure that emitted a dazzling fiery light. It was extremely bright, like a sun. A powerful aura spread out from the figure. However, the aura did not leak out. Instead, it was controlled by the figure within the fire cave, making it difficult for it to leak out. It seems that I have to recover my cultivation as soon as possible. In the next moment, a powerful devouring power spread out from the figure. The surrounding pure earth fire essence immediately gathered towards the figure and was devoured by the figure. The entire underground space immediately dimmed, revealing the true appearance of the figure. The person who was crazily devouring the flame essence within the earth fire cave that had been stored for countless years was actually an ape. This being was the fire ape ancestor that had broken through the layers of seals and broken free from the ancestral vein of the earth. The fire ape ancestor had an unimaginable influence in the East continent and even the entire ancestral god realm. It was because he was a true extreme way divine ape. However, this divine ape was very unlucky. He was sealed in the earth ancestor vein for countless years by the golden crow ancestor. His cultivation almost fell from the extreme way realm. Even if it didn't drop from the extreme Tao realm, the fire ape primogenitor's cultivation had become very unstable. He needed time to stabilize his cultivation before he could settle the score with the Golden Crow clan. He had to settle the score with the Golden Crow clan. After being sealed by the Golden Crow ancestor for countless years, the fire ape ancestor almost went crazy. The true extreme aura from the earth spirit ancestor's clone alerted the fire ape ancestor. He felt threatened, so he couldn't wait to recover his peak cultivation. Rumble! Sounds of wind and thunder came from the fire cave in the earth. Endless fire essence energy was captured by the fire ape ancestor from the depths of the earth and refined it. At this time, in other regions of the eastern continent, and even in the forbidden lands of the ancestral god realm, there were auras of extreme Tao, and ancient figures were roaming about in those forbidden lands. The appearance of an extreme Tao ancestor god was a huge matter to the entire ancestral god realm. This was because the extreme Tao ancestor god represented invincible power. The appearance of the fire ape primogenitor in the Golden Crow's ancestral land had already made the major forces of the eastern continent nervous. Now that a true extreme Tao expert had appeared in the eastern continent, the major forces of the eastern continent felt even more pressured. Haha! Meanwhile, in the sky outside the immortal medicine ridge, the earth spirit ancestor roared at the sky. At this moment, his body was no longer ethereal, but flesh and blood. Such a change caused everyone to be indescribably shocked. The earth spirit ancestor's clone had turned into the earth spirit ancestor. This change was unbelievable. No one had expected this to happen. As expected, Gu Fei's clone stared at the earth spirit ancestor. He no longer had any doubts. The earth spirit ancestor had indeed cultivated that secret technique. You want to kill me? Haha, this is hilarious. The earth spirit ancestor laughed. If he can't kill you, what about me? At this moment, a voice came from the sky. The experts who were watching the battle quickly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a black figure appearing in the sky. The black figure was extremely fast and appeared in front of the earth spirit ancestor in the blink of an eye. You are... The earth spirit ancestor was startled when he saw the person. Is the main character finally going to make a move? There are two Gu Feis? When the spectators saw this, they couldn't help being startled. That was because the person who had just arrived was also a black-clothed youth. This black-clothed youth looked exactly the same as Gu Fei's clone. You want to kill me? The earth spirit ancestor sneered at the black-robed young man. His extreme Tao pressure pressed down on the black-robed young man. At this moment, the black-robed young man's body vibrated. Then, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared on his body and blocked the oppressive extreme Tao pressure. Two powerful auras collided. It was terrifying, as if the entire world was about to be overturned. Everyone coughed up blood and retreated. The power of the extreme path was vast and boundless. It was extremely powerful and invincible. Only a true extreme path cultivator could fight against it. Even Song Ke had to retreat. The 3 stone demons had already retreated. They were very slippery, and the deity race's young master, Ancestor Yiqiong, was just as slippery. Too scary. Even after retreating for 100,000 miles, the 2 extreme Tao's power still made everyone unable to stand straight. Countless powerful beings were terrified. At this moment, only 2 people could stand within 100,000 miles. One was Gu Fei, and the other was the Earth Spirit Ancestor. Gu Fei's clone also retreated with the peerless saber. Who do you think will win? Peng Jingtian, who was standing behind Song Ke, asked Peng Shi and the Golden Rock Goddess. This it's hard to say. Peng Shi pondered for a moment. His soul was trembling. If it wasn't for Song Ke's aura protecting them, they wouldn't even be able to stand straight. The battle strength displayed by the Earth Spirit Ancestor was obvious to all, but Gu Fei wasn't a weakling either. After all, he was the one who had almost exterminated the Golden Crow clan. 100,000 miles away, only those with extreme Tao weapons or forbidden weapons could stand and watch the battle. Die! Die! Chapter 34:15. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 figures collided in an instant, and the terrifying power of the extreme way immediately spread out in all directions. In just an instant, the entire sky collapsed and was annihilated, turning into an incomparably huge, pitch-black hole. Countless spatial cracks appeared in the distance. At the center of the explosion, two palms collided. Then, the two figures separated and faced each other in the void. A terrifying phenomenon appeared around the two figures. Ancient figures appeared around the earth spirit ancestor. They were like the ancestral gods, exuding an extremely ancient aura. Gu Fei looked at the figures around the earth spirit primogenitor and couldn't help being shocked. This fellow was truly monstrous. These figures must have been formed from the origin energy of the supreme existences he had devoured, in order to cultivate himself into an immortal body. This fellow was really willing to go to any lengths. You actually dare to use the extreme path energy on your body? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to control that power and your body will explode? The earth spirit ancestor stared at Gu Fei and said coldly. With his cultivation, he could naturally see through Gu Fei's actual situation with a single glance. Gu Fei was naturally different from the others. With his cultivation, he could use the power of an extreme path Dao tool for his own use. His battle prowess was definitely infinitely close to the extreme path realm. If it was an ordinary quasi-sovereign, perhaps they wouldn't have such an ability. One should know that if one wanted to use a powerful force, they would need a vessel to bear the power. The physique of an ordinary quasi-sovereign couldn't be compared to Gu Fei at all. This was because Gu Fei cultivated a martial body which was extremely powerful. It was precisely because he had a physique that was comparable to an extreme path Dao tool that Gu Fei could withstand the extreme path energy that he borrowed from the extreme path Dao tool. If it was an ordinary quasi-sovereign, they would definitely not dare to use the extreme path energy on their body. If they couldn't withstand it, they would end up in a miserable state. Their body and soul would be directly destroyed. Rumble. At this time in the region of the immortal Medicine Ridge, two divine presences of the extreme Tao were clashing. The space between the two experts had already turned into primal chaos. In particular, bolts of chaotic lightning that were even larger than mountains coiled around Gu Fei's body. The power of the great path of chaos surged through the world. It was as if a real supreme martial progenitor had descended upon the heavens and earth, as if the heavens and earth were about to be destroyed. Countless living beings in the eastern continent were extremely terrified. All of their souls were trembling. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Song Ke and the others had already retreated 100,000 miles away, but they still could not bear the mighty might of the extreme Tao, so they had no choice but to retreat further away. These two fellows, although Song Ke thought highly of himself, he knew very well that he wasn't a match for either of them. The battle strength of Gu Fei and the Earth Spirit ancestor had been raised to a level infinitely close to the extreme Tao realm. They were much stronger than Song Ke, who was once extreme Tao God ancestor. It seems like I've underestimated you. In the sky, the Earth Spirit ancestor stared at Gu Fei and squinted his eyes. Rays of light shot out from his eyes, and his aura seemed to be suppressing Gu Fei's. I've underestimated you too. Gu Fei was also looking at the Earth Spirit ancestor. At this time, the Earth Spirit ancestor had turned into a blue-haired youth, and he was extremely handsome. The Earth Spirit ancestor was very strong, but he had embarked on a path of no return. He could no longer turn back. He had cultivated himself into an abnormal being. Although he seemed to be immortal, he wasn't truly immortal. Moreover, once he was killed, his body and soul would be completely destroyed. He would completely disappear from the world, and he wouldn't even be able to become a ghost. The Earth Spirit ancestor had yet to recover to his peak, but there were not many people in the ancestral god realm who could fight him. Again, they were only testing each other in the previous exchange. If they wanted to determine the victor, they had to fight. All right, Gu Fei said and waved his hand. A ball of demonic light flew out from his hand and landed on the ground. there was a demonic bead inside the ball of demonic light. The demonic bead instantly enlarged, and the demonic light turned into a huge light barrier. It descended from the sky and enveloped the entire Immortal Medicine Ridge. The Earth Spirit Ancestor did not stop it because he did not want the Immortal Medicine Ridge to be destroyed in the battle between him and Gu Fei. Everyone knew the importance of the Immortal Medicine Ridge. The Earth Spirit Ancestor only had one purpose in coming here, and that was to take the Immortal Medicine Ridge for himself. Moreover, the Earth Spirit Clan had suffered heavy losses this time. Several old ancestor-level existences had died. Just now, Gu Fei's saber had directly killed the octopus monster and all the experts of the Earth Spirit Clan on its back. Even the Bai Wu old ancestor and his genius son had died under Gu Fei's slash. Very well, this demonic weapon will be mine after I kill you. The Earth Spirit Ancestor did not waste any more time. He pointed with his finger, and a divine light shot out from his finger, piercing the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and waved his hand. The divine light that pierced through his eyebrows was immediately dispersed by him. Then his figure instantly disappeared into the void. So fast! The Earth Spirit Ancestor was shocked. Without any warning, a fist appeared in front of him and enlarged in his eyes. Clang! A sword hum rang out, and two extremely sharp sword lights shot out from the Earth Spirit Ancestor's eyes. The two sword lights fiercely slashed at the fist. The two streaks of sword light were definitely comparable to the sword light of a sovereign weapon. However, when the two streaks of sword light struck Gu Fei's fists, they were directly repelled by his fists and shattered in the void. Bam! The Earth Spirit Ancestor stretched out his right hand and grabbed the fist that was smashing towards him. Roar! The Earth Spirit Ancestor roared furiously. Extreme divine power burst out of his body. He wanted to shatter Gu Fei's fist, but in the next moment he felt a powerful force erupting from Gu Fei's fist. Then, like a slippery loach, his opponent's fist slid out of his hand. Bam! It fiercely smashed into his chest. What? Chapter 34:16. What? The Earth Spirit Ancestor couldn't believe it. His opponent's fist slipped out of his hand and smashed into his chest. He felt as if his chest had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking came from his body. His entire chest caved in. Gu Fei's punch was extraordinarily powerful. Even though the Earth Spirit Ancestor had recovered some of his cultivation and combat power, his tendons and bones were broken by this punch, and he was about to be blown away. However, Gu Fei would not allow the Earth Spirit Ancestor to widen the distance between them. It should be known that close combat was his forte. In the next moment, a powerful devouring power surged from his fist and forcefully pulled the Earth Spirit Ancestor, who was about to be sent flying back to where he was. Boom! There was another muffled sound. Gu Fei's fist once again landed on the spot where the Earth Spirit Ancestor had been hit. This time his fist directly punched through the Earth Spirit Ancestor's divine body and came out from his back, bringing with it a mist of blood. Humph! The moment Gu Fei's fist punched through the Earth Spirit Ancestor's divine body, the Earth Spirit Ancestor smiled strangely. In the next moment, the Earth Spirit Ancestor's palm was already pressed against Gu Fei's chest. Extreme Tao level divine power suddenly exploded. Gu Fei only felt a powerful force that even he was shocked hit his body. Gu Fei was directly sent flying by this force. How dare you? Gu Fei was both shocked and angry. This guy was indeed decisive and ruthless. Not only was he ruthless to others, but he was also ruthless to himself. This was a tactic that would cause both sides to suffer. Though Gu Fei's martial body was very strong, he still suffered a great impact from the Earth Spirit Ancestor's palm. His bones felt like they were about to fall apart. However, though Gu Fei was hit by the Earth Spirit Ancestor, he only saw a palm print on his chest when he looked down. There wasn't even a palm print on his body. The palm was soft and fierce, but it couldn't penetrate Gu Fei's body. What a powerful body! The Earth Spirit ancestor was shocked to see that Gu Fei seemed to be fine after taking his attack. One should know that he had used his full strength in that attack. The Earth Spirit primogenitor felt a headache coming on when he failed to injure Gu Fei with his full strength. If you can't kill someone, then you'll be killed. This was the end of a cultivator. The Earth Spirit ancestor had lived for countless years, so he naturally knew this. Heaven-severing sword. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei roared and used the sky-punishing sword technique. A dazzling sword light rushed out of his hand and pierced towards the Earth Spirit ancestor. This was a cultivation technique left behind by an extreme Tao Supreme. With a sword in hand, he would be invincible in the world. The sword aura was so oppressive that even the Earth Spirit ancestor was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but the sword light was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, the sword lights arrived in front of the Earth Spirit ancestor. The Earth Spirit ancestor was quite impressive. He opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing all the sword lights into his stomach. Even Gu Fei could feel a powerful aura coming towards him. At this moment, an array diagram rushed out of the Earth Spirit ancestor's body. The array diagram unfolded in the wind and enveloped Gu Fei. Die! Gu Fei roared angrily. He waved his hands, and the silk-like things were actually runes of the Great Path. Soon, he was drowned in countless runes of the Great Path. He was also setting up a formation, wanting to use a killing formation to break a killing formation. The two forces collided. This was a battle between formations. However, Gu Fei's formation cultivation was far from the Earth Spirit ancestors. Gu Fei roared and wanted to rush out. However, the Earth Spirit ancestor would not let him leave just like that. The Earth Spirit ancestor drew runes in the air. The runes were branded into the void. He had set up a killing formation and trapped Gu Fei within it, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Ha! The Earth Spirit ancestor laughed. In the end, he was still more skilled. He managed to trap this guy in the killing formation. At this moment, Gu Fei's body emitted a golden radiance. A terrifying wave of extreme power surged out from his body, causing the surrounding cultivators to be inexplicably shocked. What are you afraid of? He's trapped in the killing formation. He won't be able to do anything. The Earth Spirit ancestor laughed. Is that so? Gu Fei stopped and no longer charged at the killing formation. Instead, he flipped his right hand, and a black saber immediately appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he slashed at the killing formation with his saber. A ray of saber light rushed out from Gu Fei's saber. It instantly soared for thousands of miles and slashed at the Earth Spirit ancestor's head. This was battle power that was infinitely close to the extreme path. Even with the Earth Spirit ancestor's cultivation, it was difficult for him to block it. The blade light flashed, and the Earth Spirit ancestor was split in half by it. Gu Fei did not expect it to be so easy. Seeing that the Earth Spirit ancestor was split in half, he was shocked and showed an expression of disbelief. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The two halves of the Earth Spirit ancestor's corpse, which had been split into two by Gu Fei's peerless saber, actually stood up and merged back together. A demonic light flashed, and the Earth Spirit ancestor instantly recovered. How is this possible? Everyone found it hard to believe. Only Gu Fei did not reveal any expression. His expression was a little cold, as if he already knew that this would happen. What a powerful secret technique! Even Gu Fei nodded to himself. Although this secret technique was extremely difficult to cultivate, once it was mastered, it would bring great benefits. The biggest advantage was that it was immortal. However, nothing in this world could exist forever. After all, even extreme path supremes could die, let alone other things. Gu Fei did not believe it. If the Earth Spirit Ancestor was truly invincible, the Earth Spirit Ancestor would definitely kill him. However, the Earth Spirit Ancestor could not kill Gu Fei and could only trap him. However, Gu Fei had a saber in his hand. With a slash, the Earth Spirit Ancestor was split in half. Let's see how many times you can recover. Chapter 34:17. The Earth Spirit Ancestor was not afraid of the extreme Tao weapons. This was his greatest trump card. One should know that Gu Fei had many of them, and they were all terrifyingly powerful. However, Gu Fei had never imagined that there would come a day when his extreme Tao weapon would be useless. Kill! Without any reason, Gu Fei held his blade with both hands and slashed at the figure in front of him. Swoosh! An extremely sharp blade light flashed through the air. A figure was sliced in half by this blade light. The power of the extreme Tao level was vast. Gu Fei slashed again. Without a doubt, the Earth Spirit Ancestor still could not dodge this slash and was hit by the blade light. The blade light that rushed out of Gu Fei's saber continued to slash forward after killing the Earth Spirit Ancestor. Everywhere it passed, countless formation runes disappeared. With just one slash, Gu Fei had broken the Earth Spirit Ancestor's killing formation. However, to Gu Fei's disbelief, the two halves of the Earth Spirit Ancestor's divine body came together again. With a flash of divine light, the Earth Spirit Ancestor appeared in front of him again as if he had never been injured. I already said that I am unkillable. Don't waste your energy. Surrender and serve me, and I will spare your life. The Earth Spirit Ancestor stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, if he could use such a powerful being, he would definitely be of great help. He could fight for him everywhere. The Earth Spirit Ancestor, who had lived for countless years, was appreciative of talent. Ha ha! Hearing the Earth Spirit Ancestor's words, Gu Fei could not help but laugh. What are you laughing at? The Earth Spirit Ancestor looked at Gu Fei suspiciously. Ha! I am laughing at your stupidity. Gu Fei laughed heartily. What did you say? Hearing Gu Fei's words, the Earth Spirit Ancestor was enraged. One should know that he had always been high up and worshipped by his people. No one had ever dared to be impudent before him. Didn't you hear? I laughed at your stupidity. You actually want me to submit to you? It would be wise for you to submit to me. Gu Fei stopped smiling and stared at the Earth Spirit Ancestor seriously. The Earth Spirit Ancestor sighed. Looks like I have no choice but to kill you. TSK, you speak as if you can really defeat me. Gu Fei said disdainfully, bring it on. I want to see what kind of ability you have. Mysterious heaven and earth, chaotic universe. The Earth Spirit Ancestor did not waste any more words. With a roar, 8 balls of divine light rushed out from his body. In the next moment, the 8 balls of divine light instantly enlarged, as if they had turned into 8 different worlds and rushed towards Gu Fei to destroy him. Rumble, even the chaotic energy was destroyed by the 8 worlds. It was terrifying to the extreme. This was the power to destroy the world. Even someone as strong as Gu Fei, who had an extreme Tao tool in his hand, couldn't help but be moved. There were actually 8 different types of world energy radiating from the 8 worlds, causing Gu Fei to be indescribably shocked. This fellow's methods are too heaven-defying. Could it be that he actually wants to create 8 worlds with his own strength? Even for an extreme supremacy, it was almost impossible to open up 8 great worlds at the same time. One should know that the ancient Buddhist Lord wanted to create the 6 paths of reincarnation, but in the end he failed. The ancient Buddhist Lord's 6 paths of reincarnation was the 6 great worlds. This Earth Spirit Ancestor was even more amazing. He wanted to create 8 worlds. Buzz! Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the 8 worlds that came crashing down from the sky. The ominous saber in his hand vibrated, and the sleeping god showed signs of awakening. Roar! Gu Fei gripped the peerless, ominous saber tightly with both hands. Chaotic real origins surged and surged towards the peerless, ominous saber in his hand. In the next moment, a dragon shadow appeared on the blade of the peerless, ominous saber. An extreme dragon might burst forth from the peerless, ominous saber, causing the entire void to tremble. At this moment, the Earth Spirit ancestor was shocked. He used to be an extreme Tao ancestor and naturally knew the power of the extreme Tao tool. Once the god in the extreme Tao divine saber was awakened, it would be a threat to him. I must kill this guy before the god in the saber is awakened. The Earth Spirit primogenitor was no longer calm. His entire body was glowing with divine light. 9 extreme Tao patterns appeared on his body. Each Tao pattern gave off a dazzling divine light. It was as if 9 divine suns had appeared around him. Boom! The next moment, under the control of the Earth Spirit ancestor, the 9 immortal Tao patterns rushed into the 8 worlds. The next moment, the 8 worlds enlarged by 12 times. The power of heaven and earth from the 8 worlds increased by a few times. Gu Fei felt his body sink. He felt as if his bones were about to shatter. If it wasn't for the dragon's might spreading out from the ominous saber in his hand to offset most of the pressure, he would have been suppressed to the point where he could no longer move. Damn it! Gu Fei raised his saber with difficulty. At this moment, the sky-blue immortal gold armor on his body burst out a ball of divine light and enveloped him. The next moment, he felt his body lighten and the pressure was greatly reduced. Break! Gu Fei was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he grasped this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and slashed out with his saber with all his might. Roar! There seemed to be an earth-shattering dragon roar in the void as the shadow of a dragon directly rushed out from the peerless saber that Gu Fei had slashed out. With irresistible force, it directly broke through the terrifying power of destruction of the 8 heavens and earth that came down from the sky. The huge dragon actually broke through the first layer of heaven and earth, then the second layer, and then the third layer. The huge dragon, formed by the peerless power of the fierce blade, actually broke through 7 layers of heaven and earth in a row, and was finally stopped by the 8th layer of heaven and earth. The 7 worlds exploded, and the Earth Spirit ancestor suffered a great blow. His solidified body showed signs of collapsing, and he became much dimmer. Thankfully, the chaos heavens of the 8 worlds had fended off the dragon formed from the peerless saber force. If not, the dragon would have tore through the 8th world. The impact on the Earth Spirit ancestor would have been even greater. However, this level of impact was nothing to an existence like the Earth Spirit ancestor, who was known to be undying and indestructible. At that moment, the 7 worlds that had been torn apart by Gu Fei's peerless saber force exploded. The heaven and earth powers erupted as though the true world was being destroyed. The vast destructive forces formed a terrifying energy storm that swept in every direction. As for the mighty energy fluctuations, it sent Gu Fei flying. When Gu Fei stabilized his body, a mouthful of blood had already surged to his throat. However, he forcefully swallowed it back down. Even so, a wisp of crimson blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. This was truly a case of injuring 1,000 enemies while injuring 800 allies. The impact that Gu Fei suffered was not trivial, but it was far inferior to the impact that the Earth Spirit ancestor suffered. You want to conjure the 8 worlds? Who do you think you are? You think you can do something that even the eternal Buddha, Lord, failed to do? Gu Fei said loudly, "Who is the eternal Buddha, Lord? Is he very powerful?" The Earth Spirit ancestor said. This was the first time he was hearing the name of the eternal Buddha, Lord. He was an expert of the ancestral God world, so he naturally did not know about the human world. Very powerful, so powerful that I can destroy you with a finger. Gu Fei said, "TCH, you're lying through your teeth. In this world, no one who can defeat me has appeared yet." The Earth Spirit ancestor said disapprovingly. The Earth Spirit Ancestor said disapprovingly. He did have the right to be arrogant. At that moment, the eighth Chaos Heavens conjured by the Earth Spirit Ancestor constantly clashed with the dragon that Gu Fei had conjured. The two forces were constantly wearing each other down. Soon, the dragon that had charged out of Gu Fei's peerless saber was destroyed by the eighth Chaos Heavens conjured by the Earth Spirit Ancestor. It dissipated into the void. Rumble. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's eighth Chaos Heavens released boundless chaos forces, obliterating the void that enveloped the world. Gu Fei, on the other hand, had an extreme Tao artifact to protect himself, which was why he was able to hold his own against the eighth heaven's might. At that moment, no one could see the battle between Gu Fei and the Earth Spirit Ancestor. This was because the area they were in had been crushed into chaos by the paramount Tao-level powers. Moreover, the mighty energy ripples and great path Taoist rhymes that emanated from the two powerhouses blocked everyone's divine wills. Even people as strong as Tsang Ke, Demon God Supremacy, Patriarch Yuqiong, and company could not see the battle between Gu Fei and the Earth Spirit Ancestor. Everyone was extremely nervous, just as everyone was staring at the chaos void high in the sky. Three extremely powerful auras suddenly came from afar. This is when Tsang Ke sensed the three mighty auras, he could not help but be alarmed. It was an aura unique to the Earth Spirit clan. It was difficult for others to impersonate it. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the horizon. It sounded like muffled thunder coming from the depths of the void. 3 war chariots appeared in everyone's line of sight. In an instant, the 3 war chariots arrived in the vicinity. The beasts pulling the chariots were actually silver dragon colts. These silver dragon colts were covered in thick silver scales. Ordinary swords and sabers would not be able to cut through the silver scales on their bodies. Each chariot was pulled by 3 silver dragon colts. They were extremely fast and soon arrived in front of Tsang Quebec. The white gas that the silver dragon colts spewed nearly hit him. Kill! The combat general on the silver dragon colts attacked Tsang Ke and company the moment they arrived. The combat general brandished his battle spear and stabbed at Tsang Ke's glabella. Chapter 34:18. The reinforcements of the Earth Spirit clan had finally arrived. 3 chariots charged over from afar. The entire world seemed to collapse from the powerful pressure radiating from the chariots. The entire world shook. If it were not for the protection of the primordial chaotic demon orb, the immortal medicine ridge probably would have been reduced to dust by the powerful ripples of energy that descended from the sky long ago. The 3 chariots were very extraordinary. The beasts pulling them were actually rare silver dragon colts. It was said that a sliver of the silver dragon's bloodline flowed through the bodies of these beasts. Adult silver dragon colts possessed cultivation and battle prowess equivalent to great saints. Moreover, the silver dragon colts pulling these 3 chariots were not great sages, but saint emperors. This was enough to intimidate many of the people present. Although there were as many experts as trees in the ancestral god realm, there were not many who truly stood at the peak of the ancestral god realm. Actually, there were quite a few saint kings in every large organization. However, the 3 experts of the Earth Spirit clan were actually using saint king beasts to pull the chariots. This was very rare. It was definitely extravagant. It was not something that ordinary organizations could do. Everyone was shocked by the fact that the 3 experts of the Earth Spirit clan had attacked at the same time when they were pulling the chariots with the silver dragon colts. The leader actually attacked Tsang Ke directly. It was a middle-aged man with a black beard who was filled with battle intent. He was clad in black armor and wielded a black blade. He directly slashed at Tsang Ke from the chariot. Swish! An extremely sharp blade of light immediately shot out from the blade in his hand. It directly cut through the surrounding space and arrived above Tsang Ke's head in an instant. Tsang Ke sneered. He seemed to raise his hand casually and extended a finger. A ball of light immediately shot out from his finger. It was a sword wave that spread out in an instant and collided with the saber light. In the next moment, the saber light that was slashing down shattered in the void. Swish! The sword ripple from Tsang Kei's finger did not stop after shattering the blade of light. It directly pierced towards the middle-aged man on the chariot. Wherever the sword wave passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions from the spatial crack. That was a sword wave formed by formless sword chi. Wherever the ripples passed, the void was directly annihilated. Humph! The Earth Spirit Clan's expert on the chariot snorted coldly. He swung the black saber in his hand, and the sword wave struck the saber. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. After that, the expert from the Earth Spirit Clan was blasted out of the chariot by the force of the sword wave. Roar! The black-bearded, middle-aged man roared angrily. Divine power erupted from all over his body, and the black blade in his hand emitted a divine light that soared into the sky. A powerful power of the divine Tao erupted from the saber in the black-bearded, middle-aged man's hand, blocking the sword projection unleashed by Tsang Quebec. Incredible! The Earth Spirit Clan's expert was extremely shocked. Tsang Kei seemed to have casually extended a finger, yet he had to use everything he had to block it. It seemed like the ancestor had truly met his match this time. The black-bearded middle-aged man was one of the strongest experts of the Earth Spirit Clan. His name was Bai Xiong. Bai Xiong struck out as hard as he could, finally dispersing Tsang Kei's sword projection. However, his hands that wielded his saber became bloodied and his palms had been shattered. He stabilized himself and looked over, only to become quite furious. He saw that Tsang Kei had actually boarded his chariot. Tsang Kei was currently looking at him in disdain with his arms crossed. "Tsang Kei, you're looking to die," Bai Xiong roared out furiously. He directly attacked Tsang Kei on the chariot with his blade. At the same time, the 3 silver dragon colts that pulled the chariot stood up as well, wanting to throw Tsang Kei off. The 3 silver dragon colts were Saint Kings as well, but to Tsang Kei, they were no different from 3 ants on the ground. Bai Xiong's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the saber in his hand had already slashed in front of Tsang Quebec. However, Tsang Kei stretched out his right hand and grabbed the black battle saber that was slashing towards him. The sharp blade of the battle saber could not cut through the flesh on his hand. What? Bai Xiong's shock was no small matter. He circulated his divine force desperately, pouring it into the blade in his hand. Buzz! The black saber in Tsang Kei's hand immediately let out a loud hum. Powerful divine runes began to appear on the blade of the saber. There was a total of 9 inscriptions. Every single one of them radiated with the presence of a great path artifact. The experts who watched from afar could not help but feel shocked when they sensed the presence of a great path from Bai Xiong's blade. However, Tsang Kei knew that the blade in his hand was not a great path artifact. However, the 9 inscriptions that had appeared on the blade were genuine 9 inscriptions of great path. In other words, the Earth Spirit Clan's powerhouse's saber had been enhanced by an extreme grade powerhouse's extreme grade power, so it could unleash extreme grade power. The power of a great path artifact was great, but it had a flaw. Its power would decrease every time it was used. A great path artifact that had yet to nurture a god would struggle to condense the power of a great path. As a result, once Bai Xiong used the power of the great path, he could not retract it, only consuming power, not condensing it. Over time, the extreme power that was added to the saber by the extreme master would be exhausted. At that time, Bai Xiong's blade would become a piece of scrap metal. Go to hell! Bai Xiong roared furiously. He had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. Boundless divine power poured into the blade in his hand. In the next moment, The 9 divine patterns that appeared on the blade in his hand shone with dazzling divine light. However, at the next moment, a scene that caused Bai Xiong to be dumbstruck appeared. Song Ke grinned. Then with a crack, the saber in his hand that was exploding with his strongest power actually broke into 2. Swoosh! Song Ke waved his hand, and Bai Xiong's head flew into the air. He had actually grabbed the broken blade and cut Bai Xiong's head off. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Song Ke wasn't a match for the Earth Spirit ancestor before, but now the battle strength he displayed was shocking. At this moment, a divine light rushed out of Bai Xiong's body and soared into the sky. He was trying to escape. This divine light was Bai Xiong's primordial spirit. Although his divine body had been destroyed, his primordial spirit was still there. As long as his primordial spirit could escape from Song Ke's hand, he could rebuild his divine body. At this stage of cultivation, Bai Xiong would not die as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed. However, Song Ke would not make such a low-level mistake. He pointed with his finger again, and a sword wave rushed out from his hand. It instantly caught up with Bai Xiong's primordial spirit and destroyed it. The Earth Spirit clan's greatest expert was killed by Song Ke just like that. At this moment, Bai Xiong's body revealed its original form. It was a human-shaped stoneman. There was a small amount of blood essence in the stoneman's body. Song Ke directly used a mysterious technique to devour Bai Xiong's essence. After the headless stoneman lost its essence, it immediately turned into dust and dissipated in the void. At this moment, the other 2 Earth Spirit clan's experts who were fighting with Demon God and Yu Qiong were extremely shocked to see Bai Xiong being easily killed by Tsang Quebec. "All right, I'll send you on your way," Demon Divine Venerable said in a loud voice. He then used his ultimate move and punched the Earth Spirit clan expert who was fighting with him into dust. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. Old Ancestor Yu Qiong and the Earth Spirit clan's expert were locked in a fierce battle. Old Ancestor Yu Qiong's cultivation was much weaker than Song Ke and Demon God. Although he was called Old Ancestor, he was at best a half-step Old Ancestor. Song Ke and Demon God naturally would not help Old Ancestor Yu Qiong. At this time, the battle between Gu Fei and the Earth Spirit ancestor was about to end. In the chaos, Gu Fei displayed his invincible power. The 9 secrets of Immortal Path and martial arts battle skills were perfectly integrated. The Ascension Secret Technique gave him an immortal body. The Ascension Secret Technique boosted his battle strength, and the martial arts battle skills displayed terrifying power under the power of the 9 secrets of Immortal Path. Most importantly, Gu Fei had used more than one extreme grade Dao artifact. An ancient cauldron's phantom image appeared on his body, and the peerless, ominous saber in his hand released an aura that would make even extreme grade Supreme's hearts palpitate. Although the Earth Spirit ancestor was powerful, he could not withstand it. Boom! Gu Fei sent the Earth Spirit ancestor flying with a sky-covering palm. He then used the 8 desolation steps to catch up with the Earth Spirit ancestor and slashed at him with his blade. The peerless blade's edge quickly slashed through the void. The whole world seemed to be split in half. Swoosh! The Earth Spirit ancestor's divine body was split into 2 by Gu Fei's blade. However, Gu Fei was not happy because the Earth Spirit ancestor's divine body instantly reconnected. A divine light emerged, and the Earth Spirit ancestor's divine body was as good as new. Damn it! Gu Fei was at a loss as to what to do. No matter what, he couldn't believe that this fellow could really be immortal and indestructible. One must know that even an extreme grade sovereign couldn't achieve this. However, he had to believe the truth. His opponent was not afraid of extreme path power at all. It seemed like he had no choice but to use that move. If that move was useless against this guy, then he really had no way to kill him. Huh. Show me what else you have. Chapter 30:419. The Earth Spirit ancestor's immortal, indestructible body was truly amazing. Gu Fei could not help but admire it. However, the Earth Spirit Ancestor's divine body caused him a lot of trouble. Boom! Bam! The Earth Spirit Ancestor didn't need to defend at all. He threw 2 punches that shattered the void. Chaotic energy surged and Gu Fei's protective light shook violently. At the same time, Gu Fei kicked the Earth Spirit Ancestor's chest and sent the Earth Spirit Ancestor flying. However, this kick, which could shatter a divine mountain, did not cause any damage to the Earth Spirit Ancestor. Of course, Gu Fei's kick was still useful. At the very least, he put some distance between himself and the Earth Spirit Ancestor. To Gu Fei, close-range combat was the most advantageous. However, things were different now. The Earth Spirit Ancestor wasn't afraid of his attacks at all. In this case, close-range combat was dangerous and meaningless. I don't believe I can't kill you. Gu Fei was determined. He used the 9 secrets of the immortal path and disappeared into the void. He seemed to have become one with the surrounding void. In the next moment, he appeared above the Earth Spirit Primogenitor's head. 5 elements reincarnation fist. Gu Fei roared and immediately launched an overbearing fist technique that he had created himself. This fist technique was a combination of the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth and the power of martial arts. Boom! He threw a punch, and a ball of fire immediately erupted in front of his fist. The entire space was immediately filled with powerful fire elemental power. Haha, don't waste your energy. The Earth Spirit Ancestor laughed. He had no intention of dodging. He allowed the fire to engulf him. In the next moment, he seemed to have entered a world of fire. Power of heaven and earth? Interesting. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's eyes were naturally sharp. He instantly sensed that the space around him was different. This guy's fist energy seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. Within the range of the fist energy, there was a world of its own. In the entire fire elemental world, there was only one ruler, and that was Gu Fei. If an ordinary expert suddenly encountered such a change, he would naturally suffer a great loss. Because Gu Fei's fist strength isolated the void between heaven and earth, it was difficult for those who were trapped in the world of fire to guide the spiritual qi from the outside into their bodies to restore the exhausted primordial qi. However, the Earth Spirit Ancestor was fearless because he didn't need any power from the outside world. However, when Gu Fei's punch arrived, it still tore the Earth Spirit Ancestor's divine body into pieces. It crumbled under the endless fire elemental power. However, the Earth Spirit Ancestor's figure soon appeared in the boundless divine fire, as if he was not injured at all. As expected, not even overwhelming power is enough. It seems I have no choice but to use that move. Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this moment, his fist technique had already changed. The fire elemental void collapsed and formed a terrifying destructive power. In the next moment, a ball of golden light appeared. The 2 strong powers stacked together and formed a shocking destructive power. Gu Fei's fist strength turned into the metal element fist strength. In just an instant, the Earth Spirit Ancestor's figure was completely annihilated by Gu Fei's metal element fist strength. The 2 fist strengths merged into one. It was definitely not a simple stacking. Gu Fei's metal element fist strength exploded. The entire heaven and earth turned into gold. Everywhere was dazzling golden light. The metal essence qi turned into golden waves that destroyed everything. However, a scene that made Gu Fei feel powerless appeared. Amidst the endless golden light, a silhouette appeared. From an illusory silhouette, it became as solid as a real person, and a towering blood qi erupted from it. The Earth Spirit Ancestor condensed the indestructible, godly body again. The qi and blood that exploded from his body was shocking. It shook the metal elemental void that Gu Fei's 5 elements, reincarnation, fist strength had opened up. 1 punch, 1 sky, and 1 earth. This was definitely one of the strongest martial arts techniques in history. With Gu Fei's cultivation, it was already heaven-defying to be able to create such a fist technique. Of course, the 5 elements reincarnation fist strength was not perfect. At most, it was only a prototype. It only had the form. The true meaning of the technique had not been revealed yet. If that's the case, then let's go all out. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and sat in the golden world. In the next moment, a ball of divine light rushed out from between his eyebrows. It transformed into another Gu Fei and pounced towards the Earth Spirit ancestor. This was a faint and illusory figure. The moment this figure rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, all the energy in the world was activated and gathered towards this figure. Boom! The powerful power of the soul erupted and the entire golden world shook violently. Pitch black, spatial cracks appeared in the golden world. It was as if a supreme ruler had appeared in this part of the world. A terrifying aura filled every inch of the world. In the end, Gu Fei still used a secret soul technique. No matter how powerful an existence was, once their soul was destroyed, they would die. They would be as dead as they could be. Although the Earth Spirit ancestor had refined himself into a different kind of existence, his soul definitely existed. The Sword of the Way, one of the 9 esoterics of immortality, was a secret technique that specialized in destroying the souls of enemies. At this moment, the Earth Spirit ancestor stared at the lunging figure and became extremely stern. He never expected his opponent to have learned a secret technique like this. Swish! The Earth Spirit ancestor moved. With a single movement, he immediately left behind a series of afterimages in the air. He had already retreated thousands of meters away. So fast! Gu Fei's avatar was shocked. The Earth Spirit ancestor had actually dodged his attack. One had to know that speed had always been his forte. But now, the Earth Spirit ancestor's speed seemed to be on par with his own. Gu Fei's primordial spirit chased after the Earth Spirit first ancestor like a shadow. The ripples that emanated from the illusory figure seemed to be able to shatter the heavens. The Earth Spirit progenitor kept changing directions, trying to shake off Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao body. However, Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao body was also extremely fast. The distance between Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao clone and the Earth Spirit primordial ancestor did not increase. But it was not easy for Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao clone to catch up to the Earth Spirit primordial ancestor. Let's see where you can run to. Gu Fei's primordial spirit roared angrily. Then boundless primordial spirit light radiated from his primordial spirit. Every ray of primordial spirit light pierced through the void. This time, the Earth Spirit ancestor really had nowhere to run. This was because the soul light from Gu Fei's avatar filled every inch of the air. Damn it! The Earth Spirit ancestor turned pale with fright. As he moved quickly in the air, his body suddenly surged with a gray divine light. As soon as the ball of divine light appeared, it immediately blocked the light of the primordial spirit that pierced through it. However, there were still a few rays of soul light that penetrated the gray divine light on the Earth Spirit ancestor's body. They left a few bloody holes on the Earth Spirit ancestor's body. Roar! The Earth Spirit ancestor roared angrily. Divine power surged all over his body as he tried to repair the bloody holes on his body. However, not only did the bloody holes not heal, but they also continued to expand. You've actually cultivated this secret technique. This time, the Earth Spirit primogenitor was truly shocked. Only such a secret technique could harm him. Not everyone could cultivate a primordial spirit secret technique. In order to avoid that disaster, he had refined himself into his current state. In fact, this secret technique was closely related to the soul spirit. As long as the soul spirit was not destroyed, he could not be destroyed. Haha, it's indeed effective. You're dead. Gu Fei's primordial spirit laughed out loud. In the next moment, boundless primordial spirit energy erupted from his primordial spirit. In the next moment, phantoms of divine weapons appeared around his primordial spirit. Cauldrons, swords, bells, sabers, all of them gave off extremely powerful ripples of primordial spirit power. What? The Earth Spirit ancestor was shocked again. Go! At this moment, Gu Fei's avatar roared and waved both hands at the Earth Spirit ancestor. The divine weapons around Gu Fei's avatar immediately flew up and pierced towards the Earth Spirit ancestor. Humph! Do you think you can defeat me like this? The Earth Spirit ancestor suddenly sneered. Then a clanging sound came from his body. Pieces of black metal appeared on his body. The black metal pieces connected with the Earth Spirit ancestor's body and turned into a black metal armor. Clang! The divine weapons slammed into the Earth Spirit primogenitor's body. However, none of them could break through the Earth Spirit primogenitor's armor. The divine weapons were all repelled. This is Gu Fei's primordial spirit couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. He immediately knew what had happened. He could sense the powerful ripples of primordial spirit energy from the Earth Spirit primogenitor's armor. Clearly, that armor was a legendary primordial spirit, Tao treasure. When worn, it could protect one's primordial spirit from being violated. Just as Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao body was shocked, the Earth Spirit ancestor pounced on Gu Fei's primordial spirit. The Earth Spirit ancestor flipped his right hand and a battle spear appeared in it. Without any hesitation, the Earth Spirit ancestor threw out the spear in his hand. The spear immediately turned into a ray of divine light and pierced through Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Gu Fei's avatar did not dodge, because his avatar also emitted a ball of divine light. Within the divine light, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared. Chapter 30, 420. Primordial Spirit Tao treasures were different from ordinary Tao treasures. These Tao treasures could protect the primordial spirit from harm. The primordial spirit Tao treasure that the Earth Spirit ancestor had refined was extremely powerful. It actually blocked Gu Fei's primordial spirit killing light. The Earth Spirit primogenitor was wearing a primordial spirit Tao treasure and wielding a battle spear. He attacked Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao body. The battle spear in his hand flew up and pierced through the void. It was about to pierce Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao body. But at this critical moment, Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao body also rushed out with a divine light. The shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared from the divine light. Clang! The Earth Spirit ancestor's battle spear stabbed the ancient cauldron shadow. There was a metallic sound, like the collision of real Tao treasures. Primordial Spirit Tao treasures were not real Tao treasures, but they were even more frightening than real Tao treasures. This was because they were specifically used to kill the primordial spirit. For cultivators, if their primordial spirit was destroyed, it meant that they were dead. Gu Fei was very strong, and so was his primordial spirit Tao body. But against a freak like the Earth Spirit ancestor, he did not have much of an advantage. His opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. At this time, Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao body and the Earth Spirit ancestor were moving quickly in the void. They were in the final battle. No one knew who would win. Although Gu Fei's body was sitting in the void, the power of the 5 elements reincarnation fist was still exploding from his body. The 5 elements world was constantly circulating. The fist power of the 5 elements reincarnation fist crushed everything. But the Earth Spirit ancestor did not fear this attack. The only thing that could threaten him was Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao body. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding rang out. Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao body held a huge cauldron and clashed with the Earth Spirit ancestor's battle spear. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation spread out. Gu Fei's 5 elements, reincarnation heaven and earth, was affected and shook violently. Buzz! At this moment, the ancient cauldron in the hands of Gu Fei's avatar of the Way also began to tremble. With a deafening sound, a huge dragon charged out from the ancient cauldron and pounced towards the Earth Spirit Ancestor. What? Seeing this, the Earth Spirit Ancestor couldn't help but be shocked. The energy fluctuations coming from the dragon that charged out of the ancient cauldron made his expression change. Boom! The dragon collided with the Earth Spirit Ancestor. In the next moment, the Earth Spirit Ancestor was sent flying backward. Roar! The Earth Spirit Ancestor's long hair danced wildly in the wind. He used all of his strength, but the result was the same. He was pushed back. However, in the next moment, the Earth Spirit Ancestor sent the dragon flying away with brute force. Go to hell! The Earth Spirit Ancestor roared madly. A supreme power burst out from his body and gathered on the spear in his hand. A terrifying aura immediately burst out from the spear. Humph! Going all out? Without any hesitation, the Earth Spirit Ancestor once again smashed the spear in his hand at Gu Fei's avatar of the Way. The spear turned into a dazzling divine light. It flashed through the void and pierced towards the forehead of Gu Fei's avatar of the Way. Collect! Gu Fei's avatar of the Way suddenly laughed. Then he raised the ancient cauldron in his hand. A heaven-devouring power immediately surged out from the ancient cauldron. In the next moment, the entire world collapsed and was destroyed. The ancient cauldron swallowed everything. Even the Earth Spirit Ancestor felt his body tighten. He was already enveloped by the devouring power from the ancient cauldron. The Earth Spirit Ancestor was shocked. He knew that the primordial spirit Tao treasure in his opponent's hand was definitely not cheap. At this moment, the Earth Spirit Ancestor had no time to think about anything else. His entire body was glowing, especially the armor he was wearing. Boom! An unprecedentedly powerful divine power exploded from the Earth Spirit Ancestor's armor. The 5 elements world that Gu Fei had conjured finally could not hold on any longer. It instantly collapsed in the void. The moment the 5 elements world collapsed, the destructive power exploded and destroyed everything. However, it could not destroy Gu Fei's avatar of the Way. Come in, all of you. Gu Fei's avatar raised the ancient cauldron in his hand again. Then, endless 5 elements essence, qi, frantically gathered towards the ancient cauldron in his hand. The ancient cauldron devoured it completely. What kind of joke is this? Seeing this, the Earth Spirit Ancestor could not help but be astonished. This guy's primordial spirit, Tao treasure, was actually so heaven-defying. It was beyond his imagination. Haha, I will show you what it means to shake the world with a cauldron. Gu Fei's primordial spirit laughed out loud. The ancient cauldron in his hand flew up, and a powerful and vast aura spread out from the ancient cauldron. In the next moment, the entire void seemed to freeze. It was shocking. What? The moment the ancient cauldron flew up from Gu Fei's avatar's hand, the Earth Spirit Ancestor felt his body tighten. It felt as if a mountain was suddenly pressing down on him. Bam! Gu Fei's primordial spirit took the opportunity to attack. He punched the Earth Spirit Ancestor's chest, and a violent force exploded from his fist. The Earth Spirit Ancestor was sent flying again. After flying for thousands of zhang, his divine body exploded with a boom and turned into a mist of blood. However, an attack of this level could not hurt the Earth Spirit Ancestor at all. Sure enough, the blood mist moved very quickly. It gathered together and turned into a faint and illusory figure. The faint and illusory figure soon emitted a monstrous aura of qi and blood. One had to admit that the immortal, indestructible divine body that the Earth Spirit Ancestor cultivated was really too heaven-defying. However, the situation was different this time. Just as the Earth Spirit ancestor recovered, Gu Fei's primordial spirit, Taoist body, had already arrived. Swoosh! Gu Fei's avatar raised the ancient cauldron in his hand and instantly sucked the Earth Spirit ancestor into the cauldron. Roar! Very quickly, a furious roar came from the ancient cauldron. The Earth Spirit ancestor was in big trouble inside the cauldron. I don't believe that I can't refine you to death this time. Gu Fei's avatar sat down in the void. Then he used his mysterious technique and activated the power of the ancient cauldron to refine the Earth Spirit ancestor in the cauldron. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder came from the ancient cauldron. A powerful aura was emitted from the cauldron. 9 extreme Tao patterns appeared on the cauldron. This ancient cauldron was the mountain and river cauldron. The Earth Spirit ancestor was sucked into this Tao tool and could never come out again. Of course, it was impossible for him to do it alone. If Gu Fei was willing to let him out, he could still come out, but was that possible? Surrender if you don't want to die, Gu Fei's avatar said. His will was transmitted directly into the mountain and river cauldron. Don't even think about it. The Earth Spirit ancestor replied stubbornly. Then go to hell. Gu Fei's avatar continued to activate the power of the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the Earth Spirit ancestor in the cauldron. The Earth Spirit ancestor seemed to have 2 choices. One was to surrender and become Gu Fei's servant, like ancestor Yu Qiong of the deity race. The other path was death, an unyielding death. Gu Fei was decisive. As long as the Earth Spirit ancestor was unwilling to submit and become his servant, he would kill the Earth Spirit ancestor without hesitation. The Earth Spirit ancestor, who had been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei's avatar, had lost his freedom. Even his life was under Gu Fei's control. At this time, even if the Earth Spirit ancestor had an indestructible divine body, it was not enough. Although Gu Fei could not deal with the Earth Spirit ancestor's indestructible divine body, it did not mean that the mountain and river cauldron could not. The mountain and river cauldron was a supreme Tao tool that could suppress the mountains and rivers of the world. If the mountain and river cauldron could not kill the Earth Spirit ancestor, then the Earth Spirit ancestor was really heaven-defying. Roar! Inside the mountain and river cauldron, a figure dashed left and right, trying to break out of this part of the world. However, he failed every time. This figure was the Earth Spirit ancestor. Damn it! The Earth Spirit primogenitor stopped. At this moment, he started to regret. He shouldn't have been so careless. To think that he was tricked by that fella. He was too confident and even arrogant. He did not expect his opponent to have such a trick. The Earth Spirit primogenitor naturally knew where he was. This was the inner world of an extreme Tao artifact. He was no longer a true extreme Tao sovereign. Being trapped in this place, he could not rely on his own strength to escape. If you have the guts, come and fight me fair and square. The Earth Spirit ancestor roared angrily. He wanted to provoke Gu Fei so that he could come in and fight with him. Only then would he have a chance to escape from this place. However, no matter how the Earth Spirit ancestor scolded him, Gu Fei was not moved. This guy was already a prisoner. What right did he have to challenge him? At this moment, Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao body had returned to his martial body. He stood up from the void with the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and smiled coldly. Although he said that he wanted to kill the Earth Spirit ancestor, he was probably the only one in the entire ancestral god realm who was as powerful as the Earth Spirit ancestor. If such a powerful existence could become his servant, it would definitely be a great thing for him. However, an existence like the Earth Spirit ancestor would not submit so easily. The Earth Spirit ancestor was not ancestor Yu Qiong. Gu Fei knew this very well. Rumble! Just as the Earth Spirit ancestor finished scolding Gu Fei, the world he was in suddenly shook. In the next moment, 9 streams of primordial chaos chi descended from the sky and turned into 9 divine chains that entangled the Earth Spirit ancestor. This is Chapter 34:21. There was no more suspense in this battle. The Earth Spirit ancestor was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. Even if he had an indestructible body, he would not be able to escape from the mountain and river cauldron. One must know that even an extreme supreme would not be able to escape from the mountain and river cauldron easily. Moreover, the Earth Spirit ancestor was not an extreme supreme. Just then, Gu Fei activated the chaotic primordial energy in the mountain and river cauldron. 9 chaotic primordial god chains shot out from the Earth Spirit ancestor's head. The 9 chaotic primordial god chains shot towards the Earth Spirit ancestor. Chaotic primordial energy. This time, the Earth Spirit ancestor was shocked. At the same time, he knew that he was going to be unlucky. Chaotic primordial energy was the ancestral energy of the universe. Legend had it that everything in the universe evolved from chaotic primordial energy. That was why it was called chaotic primordial energy. Even during the era of the Earth Spirit ancestor, it was difficult for the Earth Spirit ancestor to obtain a wisp of primordial chaos chi, let alone other cultivators. But now, this extreme Tao artifact contained an extremely large amount of chaotic primordial energy. This was something that the Earth Spirit ancestor would never have expected. Without any suspense, the 9 primordial chaotic chi wrapped around the Earth Spirit ancestor's body in the mountain river cauldron without any hesitation. In the next moment, the Earth Spirit ancestor was wrapped up by the 9 chaotic primordial god chains. The chains kept shrinking, and the Earth Spirit ancestor screamed in pain. Roar! The Earth Spirit ancestor roared. He had no choice but to risk his life. He activated the power in his body in an attempt to break free from the 9 chaotic primordial energy. 9 extreme Tao patterns appeared on his body. Every Tao pattern released a dazzling power of the Great Path. However, no matter how the Earth Spirit ancestor struggled, even if he used all of his strength, he still could not break free from the 9 chaotic primordial divine chains that were wrapped around him. Still not surrendering, Gu Fei's voice boomed down from the sky. Although it was not loud, the entire space shook because of his voice. His voice was loud, but in the Earth Spirit ancestor's ears, it was more terrifying and shocking than thunder. Ha ha! Hearing Gu Fei's words, the Earth Spirit ancestor laughed with disdain. Since that's the case, you can enjoy yourself here, Gu Fei said. The Earth Spirit ancestor sneered, but didn't say anything. The 9 divine chains formed from primal chaos grand mist energy began to emit sonorous clanging sounds. Each divine chain had faint Tao patterns that wove together. The primal chaos divine chains no longer tightened, but even so, they were still tightly wrapped around the Earth Spirit ancestor's body, making it difficult for him to move. Let me out. The Earth Spirit progenitor could no longer sit still. However, no one responded to the Earth Spirit progenitor. Gu Fei did not kill him. Even in the entire ancestral god realm, experts at the level of the Earth Spirit primogenitor were rare. If he killed him, it would be too much of a waste. Let's take down this guy's spirit first. At this moment, Gu Fei took a step forward and walked out of the battlefield. It's him, he actually came out. All the experts who saw Gu Fei walking out were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. No one thought that Gu Fei would win, but Gu Fei still managed to defeat the Earth Spirit ancestor in the end. This result made his reputation even more resounding. Just like that, the experts sent by the Earth Spirit race were annihilated. None of them returned. This was the result of being greedy. They actually wanted to take away the immortal medicine ridge that originally belonged to Tsang Quebec. Who knew that Tsang Ke actually had an unimaginably powerful existence guarding him? After seeing that the person who walked out of the chaos was actually Gu Fei, Many experts crushed the teleportation talismans in their hands and disappeared into the void. The deity race's young master, in particular, fled at the first instance. This, looking at the figure that walked out of the chaos step by step, everyone was indescribably shocked. The battle at the Immortal Medicine Ridge ended with Gu Fei's victory. The cultivators who were watching the battle in the nearby regions immediately retreated. No one dared to look down on Tsang-Ke and the others anymore. The happiest person was naturally Tsang-Ke, now that the Immortal Medicine Ridge had been taken back. One must know that the number of spiritual herbs growing on the Immortal Medicine Ridge was definitely the highest in the ancestral god realm's eastern continent. This was a treasure vault. With the Immortal Medicine Ridge as a treasure vault, Tsang-Ke could use the help of spiritual herbs to nurture a batch of experts in a short period of time. After defeating the Earth Spirit Ancestor, Gu Fei returned to the chaotic Golden Rock race's ancestral land. At this moment, he received news that the immortal tree that escaped from the ancestral land had appeared in a dangerous place in the eastern continent. Immortal tree! Gu Fei quickly gathered his subordinates and set off for the dangerous place in the eastern continent. Several hours later, they arrived at the outer region of the dangerous place. They landed on the peak of a huge mountain. In the next moment, a chilling aura surged from the front. What? Gu Fei looked forward and activated his martial path heavenly eye. He saw a strong deathly aura in front of him. Yes, it was not demonic aura, but deathly aura. It was definitely unusual to be able to gather such a strong, deathly aura. That's... Just when Gu Fei was in shock, he suddenly saw a figure flash past the deathly aura in front of him. Immortal tree? Gu Fei's face became even more solemn. He thought for a while, then a figure rushed out from his body and turned into another Gu Fei. The demon god and the others who were standing behind Gu Fei were stunned. Master was going to use his doppelganger again. Swoosh! Gu Fei's doppelganger took a step forward and disappeared into the void. It was so fast that everyone was shocked. This is the place where the supreme god ancestor died. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Master, there was indeed a great battle here. The traces of that battle can still be seen even now. The demon god said, I'm afraid something ominous will happen in the supreme god ancestor's place. No one knows if this kind of ominous thing will happen. Tsang-Ke said worriedly. Although he had just taken back the Immortal Medicine Ridge, he had to follow Gu Fei to the place where the supreme god ancestor died. He was once a supreme god ancestor, so he naturally knew everything about supreme god ancestor. Even if the supreme god ancestor died, his body would be indestructible and would exist forever. However, the immortal body of the supreme god ancestor might turn into a corpse after a long time. Once it happened, it would definitely be an earth-shattering event. What? The demon divine Venerable was taken aback. With his cultivation level, he naturally knew a lot of secrets, but no one knew about the dangers in the place where the supreme expert died. That was because most people would never come out after entering. Although Gu Fei was strong, he was not a supreme god and could not defeat all his enemies. Therefore, he was still in danger. Soon, Gu Fei's doppelganger returned. Gu Fei's doppelganger directly entered his body and disappeared from everyone's sight. The immortal tree is indeed in there. There are also experts from the Golden Crow clan in there. Gu Fei said, What? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. The Golden Crow clan also appeared in the supreme god ancestor's place? How was that possible? Could it be that the Golden Crow clan built a secret stronghold in the supreme god ancestor's place? That was highly possible because the Golden Crow clan was one of the 4 most powerful clans in the East Continent. Moreover, building a stronghold in the supreme god ancestor's place could fool everyone. No one would think that someone would build a stronghold in a dangerous place. Even quasi-supremes or existences like Tsang-Ke would have a hard time dealing with the dangers of a dangerous place. A moment of carelessness would result in death. It was obvious that the immortal tree and the Golden Crow clan would not appear in the Supreme God Ancestor's place for no reason. "Who's willing to go in with me?" Gu Fei glanced at the crowd and said indifferently. Everyone was hesitant. One had to know that the Supreme God Ancestor's place was no laughing matter. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed in minutes if they were to touch anything. "I'm willing to go with Master." Ancestor Yu Qiong stepped forward. There was no turning back for him. The deity clan had definitely removed him from the list. He only had one choice, to follow Gu Fei. Soon, the demon god also stepped forward, followed by Tsankei and the 3 stone demons. "Very well." Gu Fei nodded and did not say anything else. In the next moment, he began to walk forward. With a single step, he instantly appeared 1,000 meters away. The crowd looked at each other, then braced themselves and followed behind Gu Fei. The closer they got to the dangerous place, the stronger the yin qi became. Soon, they saw a mountain covered with ice and snow. However, the mountain was surrounded by the death qi and emitted a terrifying aura. "What's going on? Why is it so cold?" Yu Qiong could not help but ask. Among the crowd, his cultivation was the lowest. The yin qi in front of him was difficult for him to bear. His blood and qi were about to freeze. Because the Supreme God Ancestor who died here was called Tai Yin Ancestor God. Tsankei said, "Tai Yin Ancestor?" The crowd was stunned. Gu Fei did not know anything about the ancestral god realm, especially what happened in the ancient times. However, it did not mean that Tsankei and the demon god did not know. They continued to move forward, but at a much slower speed. Gu Fei found that there were countless bones scattered on the ground. Some of the bones were as black as jade. Black bone. This was the unique bone body of the demon race. Chapter 34:22. In the ancestral god realm, in the south of the East Continent, there was an extinct domain. Most of the cultivators in the East Continent were afraid to approach it, let alone set foot in it. This extinct domain was the Taiyin Desolate Domain. The name of the Taiyin Desolate Domain had its origin. In the past, a supreme master appeared in the ancestral god realm, and that supreme master was Tai Yin Ancestor Lord. However, in the end, Tai Yin Ancestor Lord died in a battle with a mysterious expert, turning this area into a terrifying, desolate domain. It was said that the corpse of Tai Yin Ancestor Lord was buried in the depths of the Taiyin Desolate Domain. So many years had passed, and no one knew what had happened there. However, the dangers in the Taiyin Desolate Domain were real. Since ancient times, there had been many geniuses who never came out after entering the Taiyin Desolate Domain. Those geniuses who did not come out naturally died in there. At this time, Gu Fei personally led Tsankei and the others into such an extinct domain. He was fearless. He could even destroy the forbidden lands of the heavenly ruins in the human realm, let alone the Taiyin Desolate Domain. However, they had only walked a dozen miles when they encountered a corpse that was as large as a hill blocking their way. A terrifying aura of death emanated from the corpse. Gu Fei and the others had to stop because the corpse was shocking. The void around the corpse was constantly twisting, as if it was about to collapse. Except for Gu Fei, everyone was shocked. They saw the corpse lying between the rocks. It was covered with black scales and had a dragon's head. However, it was not a dragon, but a half-dragon. In other words, it was a creature with the bloodline of the dragon clan. Apart from the dragon's head, its body was like that of an ox, but there were no scales on the ox's body. A descendant of old tortoise died here? Gu Fei was a little surprised because he sensed an extremely weak aura of a real dragon from the corpse. A real dragon was different from an ordinary dragon. Only a dragon with the bloodline of Tai Huang was a real dragon. The so-called aura of a real dragon was actually the aura of Tai Huang's bloodline. There was nothing mysterious about it. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were sworn brothers, so he was naturally familiar with the true dragon's aura. What is Master saying? Old Ancestor Yu Qiong transmitted his voice to the monster divine Venerable. He heard Gu Fei's whisper and was curious about who the old turtle was. After all, he had just started following Gu Fei. How would I know? Venerable Demon God said snappily. He only started following Gu Fei after Gu Fei came to the ancestral god realm. The more he understood Gu Fei, the more surprised he was. There was no doubt that Gu Fei came from another world. Could it be that the creature that died here also came from another world? The demon divine Venerable was shrewd and had naturally thought of some things. Gu Fei only hesitated for a moment before he walked forward. The powerful aura emanating from the corpse in front of him could not affect him at all. Everyone was shocked to see Gu Fei walking forward. The corpse was too terrifying. Who knew if it would turn into a zombie? Everyone tensed up and stared at the creature's corpse in front of them. However, what everyone was worried about did not happen. Gu Fei walked directly to the creature's corpse, but nothing happened. Just when Gu Fei was about to go forward to check on the corpse, a cold light suddenly rushed out from the corpse and pierced between his eyebrows. What? Song Ke and the others were shocked to see that. They had just breathed a sigh of relief, but they immediately tensed up again. At this moment, Gu Fei extended his right hand and used 2 fingers to clamp down on the cold light that was shooting towards him. He only felt a chill coming from his fingers. Gu Fei looked at it and saw that it was a black thorn that was a few inches long in his hand. The chill came from that black thorn. It could make him feel a chill. This black thorn was not simple. At that moment, the corpse suddenly left. A black shadow rushed out from the corpse and pounced on Gu Fei. A gust of chilly wind immediately spread out. The surrounding temperature plummeted in an instant, and the void seemed to be frozen. Is that the legendary nether spirit in the Tyene desolate domain? The demon divine Venerable exclaimed. Nether spirit was a mysterious and terrifying creature in the Tyene desolate domain. No one knew why this kind of creature appeared in the Tyene desolate domain, nor did they know how these creatures came to be. However, encountering a nether spirit in the Tyene desolate domain was definitely not a good thing. What the hell is this? Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw the nether spirit. This guy was like a mummy, and a black ghost hand was directly grabbing his head. The withered ghost hand had long, jet-black fingernails that were as sharp as swords. The fingernails could be extended and retracted. The ghost hand spread its 5 fingers, and the curled fingernails immediately sprang out. 5 rays of black light rushed out from the ghost hand and pierced towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. A mass of chaotic light immediately emerged from his body, and the nether spirit's sharp claws immediately grabbed the layer of chaotic light. Crack! The 5 sword-like armor on the nether spirit's sharp claws were immediately shattered. The nether spirit let out a strange cry and directly turned into a black light that soared into the sky, trying to escape. You want to leave? Gu Fei smiled. At this time, even if he did not take action, the nether spirit would definitely not be able to escape. A large black net fell from the sky and directly enveloped the nether spirit. The middle-aged man that the divine demon spider had transformed into was making a move. In the Tyene desolate domain, the divine demon spider's power seemed to have increased a lot. Here, he seemed to have returned to the place where he was born, which made him feel very comfortable. Moreover, since he followed Gu Fei into the Tyene desolate domain, he felt as if something in the unseen world was calling him. This made the divine demon spider very excited, but it also felt uneasy. The divine demon spider was a creature in the chaos demon realm, and this was the ancestral god realm. In the ancestral god realm, there should be no divine demon spider clan. Such a powerful clan had bloodline inheritance. As long as one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could stimulate the bloodline in one's body and open the inheritance mark. The divine demon spider also had an inheritance mark. At his cultivation level, he could naturally know his origin and inheritance from the inheritance mark. Could it be the divine demon spider suddenly thought of something, but now was not the time for him to think too much. The nether spirit that attacked Gufei was about to escape, so he naturally couldn't let this nether spirit escape. With a wave of his hand, a large net appeared in the sky and enveloped the nether spirit. The nether spirit seemed to have met its nemesis. With a strange cry, it rushed down from the sky in a panic, trying to break the ground and escape through the ground. Where do you think you're going? The dragon head demon also made a move. A demonic spear directly pierced through the sky and pierced the nether spirit's body, directly nailing the nether spirit in the void. The nether spirit struggled and let out an ear-piercing scream. Black blood flowed along the demonic spear and then dripped down from it. When the black blood dripped on the ground, it actually emitted a trace of black gas, and the ground was corroded, forming a small hole. The nether spirit grabbed the demonic spear and tried to pull it out from his body, but the demonic spear seemed to have grown on his body and couldn't be pulled out no matter how hard he tried. The nether spirit's whole body is poisonous. It's really true, the demon god said in surprise. In the east continent of the ancestral god realm, the nether spirit was definitely a synonym of terror, because the nether spirit's whole body couldn't be touched, especially the black blood on the nether spirit. What a waste! The demon god stared at the nether spirit's black blood flowing along the demonic spear, his eyes shining. The nether spirit's black blood was a priceless treasure in the east continent. A drop of nether spirit's black blood could poison a quasi-supreme master to death. That was why the nether spirit's black blood was so precious. Especially for alchemists, this kind of nether spirit's black blood was even more rare. In the ancestral god realm, there was once a poisonous pill called the 9 soul severing pill. This pill was often mistaken as the extreme divine pill, and it was precisely because of this that cultivators couldn't guard against it. Once a cultivator ate the 9 soul severing pill, he would definitely die. What a pity, it's just some poisonous blood. Song Kei looked at the nether spirit that was nailed by the demonic spear with disgust. He didn't know how precious the nether spirit's black blood was because the extreme domain hadn't appeared in his era. In Song Kei's era, Song Kei was a supreme god ancestor who could be compared with Tain Supreme. He didn't care about the extreme domain at all. However, things were different now. Song Kei was no longer the Song Kei he used to be. The supreme Tain had died, and the place where he died was the Tain desolate domain. Haha, you don't know this. This thing is very precious. Only the lunar desolate domain can get it, and it is very rare. I didn't expect that we would catch a nether spirit. This time, we have no choice but to be rich. Ancestor Yu Cheong said with a smile, "What, someone wants this thing?" Song Kei said in surprise, "Why no one wants it? You're so ignorant." Ancestor Yu Cheong said. However, as soon as he said those words, his expression changed, and he quickly said, "No, I didn't mean that. How could Lord Song Kei be ignorant? Oh, look at my mouth." Ancestor Yu Cheong quickly slapped his own mouth. When he thought of Song Kei's identity, he started sweating. Humph! Song Kei sneered and kicked Ancestor Yu Cheong's butt. Ancestor Yu Cheong was immediately sent flying and smashed into a pile of rocks in the distance. Boom! The pile of rocks suddenly collapsed, and Ancestor Yu Cheong fell directly into the ground. What? Chapter 34:23. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Old Song, the power of your kick is extraordinary. Haha. The monster divine, Venerable, laughed. Everyone saw that the pile of rubble that Yu Cheong had dropped had actually collapsed. Dust filled the air and a huge pit appeared on the ground. This made them extremely shocked. Yu Cheong's scream came from the pit. Yu Cheong, stop pretending. My ancestor's kick didn't hurt you. Come out now. Peng Shi, who was standing beside Song Kei, said, This time, Song Ke brought Peng Shi and followed Gu Fei into the extreme Yin domain, while the Golden Rock Goddess and Peng Jingtian stayed at the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral land. After the battle at the Immortal Medicine Ridge, the Chaos Golden Rock Race finally gained a foothold in the East Continent of the ancestral God Realm. The other forces in the East Continent knew that the Chaos Golden Rock Race had someone supporting them. Even the Earth Spirit ancestor was no match for them. The Black Snake Race did not dare to provoke the Chaos Golden Rock Race. "Help, Master!" In the pit, Yu Qiong's voice suddenly became terrified, as if he had encountered something that terrified him to the extreme. What? Gu Fei was still watching, but at this moment he sensed Yu Qiong's aura rapidly weakening. He took a step forward and instantly arrived above the pit. Looking down, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. At the bottom of the crater, there were piles of bones. It was unknown how many living beings had fallen here. At this moment, Yu Qiong was tightly bound by countless black vines. The black vines were devouring Yu Qiong's essence. The more Yu Qiong struggled, the tighter the black vines tightened their grip. Yu Qiong's divine way essence kept rushing out of his body and was devoured by the black vines. In just a short while, Yu Qiong's aura had weakened. "Master, help!" Yu Qiong was terrified. He did not expect that he could not even deal with a few black vines with his cultivation base. He had the cultivation base of a half-step ancestor realm cultivator. As the ancestor of the deity race, Yu Qiong had never been in such a difficult situation. Swoosh! At this moment, Gu Fei made his move. With a wave of his right hand, a dazzling sword light immediately rushed out of his hand and cut off all the black vines that entangled Yu Qiong. Yu Qiong quickly flew into the sky. However, just as Yu Qiong was about to rush out of the pit, a black vine suddenly extended out of the pit and wrapped around his right leg. Yu Qiong exclaimed as he was pulled into the pit by the black vine. Seeing this, Song Ke and the others were shocked. Although Yu Qiong's cultivation was not as strong as theirs, he was not weak either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the ancestor of the deity clan. What exactly were the black vines in the pit? Even Yu Qiong couldn't escape. "Something's wrong." Gu Fei's expression turned solemn. He charged down from the sky and landed in the pit. He grabbed Yu Qiong, who was falling quickly, with one hand and used the 9 heaven-punishing swords with the other. The sword Radiance of Extinction appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the black vines that entangled Yu Qiong were cut off again. "Get out!" Gu Fei growled and threw Yu Qiong out of the pit. At this moment, black vines rushed out of the bones in the pit and tried to entangle Gu Fei. Even the walls of the pit had black vines. Gu Fei snorted coldly. With a thought, a ball of primal chaos divine light rushed out from his body and enveloped him. The black vines that were trying to entangle Gu Fei were blocked by the divine light around his body. However, he was shocked to see that the black vines were devouring his divine light. Soon, Gu Fei's divine light dimmed. What? Even Master can't deal with these things? Song Ke and the others were shocked. The black vines in the pit were too strange. They couldn't sense any strong energy, waves coming from the black vines at all. The black vines looked ordinary, but they could devour all kinds of energy. "I'd like to see what's behind this." The corners of Gu Fei's lips curled up, revealing a cold and arrogant smile. Then, with a buzzing sound, 9 immortal sword radiances rushed out of his body. The 9 sword radiances flashed, and the black vines that were entangling his protective chi were immediately cut off. The 9 sword radiances were incomparably dazzling and completely enveloped Gu Fei. This was the sword radiance of the extreme Tao level. The fluctuation of the sword aura was vast and mighty. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of the sword aura. Under the protection of the sword light, Gu Fei directly charged into the depths of the deep pit. The sword light fell, and with a boom, the entire pit exploded. A bottomless pit appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked. They saw a gust of cold wind rushing out of the pit as if the gates of hell had been opened. The air seemed to be filled with terrifying ghost howls. Rumble, the whole pit shook and a terrifying aura surged out of it. A sword radiance lit up the entire pit. Sankei and the rest quickly looked into the pit and saw a black shadow fighting endlessly with the sword radiance formed by Gu Fei. "What's that?" Everyone was shocked because they knew how powerful Gu Fei was. However, the black shadow in the pit could actually fight endlessly with Gu Fei. This kind of combat power was definitely not something they could compare with. "It's just a devil's vine." The Chaos Demon ape sneered. He came from the Chaos Demon realm and could tell the origin of the black shadow with one look. The Devil's Vine was not a powerful race in the Chaos Demon realm. However, the Devil's Vine in the pit was ridiculously powerful. Devil's Vine? Yu Qiong's face turned pale. This time he was really unlucky. He had been really useless during this period of time. Not only was he removed from the deity race, but he also followed Gu Fei and found a powerful backer. However, he almost died here just now. A devil's vine that is almost at the honorable realm? The dragon head demon said in shock. His eyes shone with a blood-red demonic light, and his body emitted a terrifying demonic aura. This devil's vine was ridiculously powerful. It seemed like it had obtained something that defied the natural order to become so powerful. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed into the pit. What? Everyone looked and saw that the person who rushed into the pit was the divine Demon Spider. After the divine Demon Spider rushed into the pit, it started searching in the pit. Everyone looked at each other, and in the next moment they scrambled forward, wanting to rush into the black hole. However, they soon met their match. A few figures that were emitting a strong aura of death stood up from the ground and pounced towards Sankei and the rest. "These are spirits?" Yu Qiong rushed at the back. He immediately exclaimed when he saw the black figures pouncing towards them. These ferocious and terrifying creatures looked exactly the same as the spirit that was nailed in the void outside. Nether spirits were a kind of horrible creatures in the Taiyin desolate domain. The death aura from these 3 dead spirits was much more powerful than that of the dead spirit outside. Seeing the spirits pouncing towards them, everyone immediately dispersed. "Kill!" Sankei shouted. A sword light immediately rushed out from his body and soared thousands of feet in an instant. It was as if the world was split in half by the sword light. The extremely sharp sword light instantly chopped a specter's body and sent it flying. The sword chi spread out and dispersed all the death chi in the surroundings. "Haha, Old Song is really powerful." The demon god laughed. Sankei's strength was obvious to all. After all, Sankei was once a supreme master. His cultivation and battle prowess were above the demon god. However, the demon god was a true ancestor-level existence. Although his cultivation and battle prowess were not as good as Sankei's, the difference was not that big. "Humph! Stop sucking up to my ancestor." Pang Shi glanced at the demon god and sneered. "Little guy, you're not qualified to speak here." The demon god said angrily. Pang Shi was just a junior. How dare he be so presumptuous in front of him? He really did not know his place. "Humph! Don't flaunt your seniority in front of me." Pang Shi did not seem to care about the demon god at all. "Old Song, aren't you going to discipline your descendant?" The demon god said with a displeased look. "Discipline? How to discipline him? Why don't you discipline him for me?" Sankei said indifferently. At that moment, the other 2 nether spirits had arrived. The demon god directly punched one of the nether spirits. The powerful fist force lifted countless bones on the ground into the air and exploded, turning them into bone powder and dissipating in the void. The nether spirit was directly blasted away by the demon god's punch. At that moment, the nether spirit that was blasted away by Sankei's sword had stood up from the ground and once again pounced on Tsang Quebec. A gust of chilly wind immediately swept over. What? San Kei was taken aback. No one knew the power of his sword better than him. The nether spirit did not seem to be affected by his sword attack. How was that possible? Rumble. At the same time, a powerful force from the depths of the black hole shook the entire black hole. Two figures moved quickly in the void and fought fiercely. Gu Fei was very surprised. This was just the periphery of the Tying domain, but they had encountered such a powerful existence. Could it be that there was an evil existence at the extreme supreme level in the depths of the Tying domain? Countless tentacles stretched out from the black shadow and entangled Gu Fei. Some of them directly turned into black spears and pierced towards Gu Fei. Those tentacles were actually black vines. Chapter 34:24. There was definitely a great secret buried in the Tying desolate domain. Gu Fei and the others had only just entered the domain, and they had already encountered strange and terrifying creatures, the nether spirits. The terror of the nether spirits did not lie in their strength, but in the poison in their bodies. It was the poison of the nether spirits. Legend had it that the nether spirits were contaminated with the corpse poison of the supreme martial artist. That was why the poison of the nether spirits was so powerful. Of course, this was just a legend. At this moment, in the underground black hole, Gu Fei and the demonic vine were fighting fiercely. The entire huge space was shaking, and gravel and dust kept falling from the top of the hole. Boom! Gu Fei punched out and directly shattered the 5 black vines that pierced through him. The demonic vine let out a strange cry and turned into a black shadow that quickly retreated. However, Gu Fei followed it like a shadow and punched out again. Buzz! The void trembled. This time he used his true strength. A dazzling golden light erupted from his fist. The void was distorted, as if the universe had been turned upside down. In the next moment, the demonic vine was swallowed by the fist force of Gu Fei's metal element fist. This was a fist technique created by Gu Fei. Each punch was like a world. Once the metal element fist was used, it was like a golden world had been opened up. The demonic vine seemed to have entered a different world. In this world, it was an ant, and Gu Fei was the supreme ruler. Roar! The devil's vine sensed a great threat. It roared furiously and attacked. Streams of pitch-black vines rushed out from its body and instantly pierced through the golden world. Above the blurry figure, layers of pitch-black death chi spread out. The death chi was actually corroding this golden world. The golden void was being annihilated and became dim. Humph! How could a mere devil's vine become so powerful? Gu Fei's voice sounded in the golden world. In the chaos realm, the demonic vine was a very common creature among demons. However, this demonic vine was ridiculously powerful. No one had ever heard of a demonic vine being able to cultivate to this level. Rumble! At this moment, the world created by Gu Fei's fist force shook violently and was about to collapse. The demonic vine had displayed a combat strength that was far beyond Gu Fei's imagination. Kill! Gu Fei roared. The elemental metal fist instantly turned into the elemental fire fist. Endless heavenly fire burst out from the void, and the elemental metal fist instantly turned into the elemental fire fist. The 5 elements universe fist, created by Gu Fei, was extremely powerful. If it was an ordinary quasi-supreme martial artist, he would have been killed long ago. However, this demonic vine was much more powerful than an ordinary quasi-supreme martial artist. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, it was not an easy task to kill the demonic vine. However, when Gu Fei unleashed his fire element fist, the devil's vine actually became afraid. The black vines that rushed out from its body actually shrank back. The 5 elements reinforce and subdue each other. Could it be that fire subdues wood? When Gu Fei saw this, his eyes immediately lit up. The devil's vine roared and dodged continuously. All the black vines retreated back into the black gas, and the blurry figure became even more blurry. The heavenly fire, transformed from Gu Fei's fire element fist force, enveloped the black gas. The entire world of fire seemed to have become a furnace, trying to refine the black gas. Under the shroud of Hui Tian, the deathly aura emanating from the devil's vine's body was constantly being refined. However, the deathly aura from the devil's vine's body was still unceasingly flowing out, as if it was endless. However much death qi Gu Fei's heaven flame refined, the same amount of death qi would be released from the devil's vine's body to replenish the consumed death qi. Roar! The devil's vine was constantly roaring, and rays of strange black light rushed out from its body. Within the black light, one could vaguely see the death Dao pattern. At this moment, Gu Fei exerted the power of the fire elemental fist to the limit. 9 fire elemental Dao patterns appeared indistinctly in the endless fiery sky. Each Dao pattern erupted with terrifying fire elemental power, as though 9 divine suns had appeared in this fire elemental world. In the next moment, the deathly aura around the devil's vine turned into green smoke and dissipated in the void. The devil's vine was emitting smoke, and it was about to be refined into ashes by the heaven flame. However, a ball of black light suddenly emerged from the devil's vine. As soon as the ball of black light appeared, the surrounding heaven flame's power was immediately repelled. It was as if a pitch-black world had been opened up. An extremely powerful death qi tore apart Gu Fei's fire Qinkuan power. Swish! Without any hesitation, the devil's vine rushed out. However, just as the devil's vine rushed out from Gu Fei's fire Qinkuan, a fist suddenly smashed on the devil's vine's body. A violent power erupted, and the devil's vine was actually shattered by this fist in the void. An item flew out from the devil's vine's body. When Gu Fei saw this item, he couldn't help but be taken aback. A cold aura was emitted from that item, and the surrounding void seemed to solidify. It's just a fragment. But Gu Fei extended his hand, and that item immediately flew towards him. However, in the next moment, a devil's shadow rushed out from the side and instantly fused with that fragment. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying death qi erupted, and a blurry figure appeared in the void. Immediately, black vines rushed out from the figure and entangled towards Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was a little surprised. The devil's vine that was smashed into pieces actually reassembled its real body in an instant. Its cultivation and combat power were actually even stronger than before, and its ferocity was unpredictable. The more I fight, the stronger I become? Gu Fei didn't dodge. When the black, spear-like vines pierced through his body, it was as if they had hit a transparent wall and were all blocked. Let's stop here. As Gu Fei spoke, his body shook. Buzz! With a deafening sound, the shadow of an ancient cauldron immediately emerged from his body. An unstoppable force erupted from his body, and a circle of transparent ripples spread from his body. Wherever the ripples passed, the black vines directly shattered in the void. The ripples in the void instantly penetrated the devil's vine's real body. In the next moment, the black gas surrounding the devil's vine that had just reassembled its body immediately dissipated, and a human-shaped black vine was revealed. This black vine had already grown eyes, ears, a mouth, and a nose, and was about to transform into a human. In fact, with the devil's vine's cultivation, it should have been able to transform into a human long ago. However, for some reason it couldn't. Crack! Suddenly, a sound came from the human-shaped black vine's body. Cracks appeared on the human-shaped black vine's body, and black blood flowed out from the depths of the cracks. Then the human-shaped black vine directly shattered in the void, and the fragment fell from the human-shaped black vine's body. Gu Fei extended his hand, and the fragment was caught in his hand. An extremely cold aura immediately came from the fragment in his hand. He lowered his head to take a look and couldn't help but be shocked. He saw that a layer of white frost had appeared on his right hand, which was holding onto the fragment. A cold aura invaded his right hand, and it was gradually spreading upwards. Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly activated the mountain and river cauldron's power and forced the cold aura onto his right hand. A fragment of a supreme Tao artifact? Gu Fei carefully looked at the black and swarthy fragment in his hand. This fragment was not even as big as his palm, but the aura it emitted could definitely kill an ordinary quasi-supreme being. The cold aura emitted from the fragment could definitely seal an ordinary quasi-supreme being, but no quasi-supreme being would be so bored as to touch a mysterious metal fragment. What a pity! Gu Fei shook his head. A supreme Tao artifact was destroyed just like that, and even he felt that it was a pity. At that moment, the human-shaped devil's vine could no longer reform its true body. Just as Gu Fei got rid of the devil's vine, Song Ke and the others were fighting against the three great nether spirits. The three nether spirits were extremely powerful, and they were fighting endlessly with Song Ke and the others. The three great nether spirits' physical bodies were extremely strong, but they seemed to be unaffected by Song Ke's continuous attacks. How was that possible? These guys must be cultivators who accidentally trespassed here and were killed by the devil's vine. Demon God Venerable said while fighting against another nether spirit. Although the nether spirits were terrifying and their physical bodies were almost indestructible, they still had weaknesses. It didn't take long for everyone to discern the true nature of these Yin spirits. At that moment, the divine Yin demon spider made his move. He waved his hand, and a huge net immediately appeared in the void, and then it directly went towards the three nether spirits. It was the mystical Yin demonic net formed by the power of the lunar force. The mystical Yin demonic net fell and immediately trapped the nether spirit that was fighting against Song Quebec. The nether spirit struggled in fear, but it could not break free from the mystical Yin demonic net. Go to hell! Song Ke roared angrily, and a sword light immediately rushed out from his body. It instantly shot into the nether spirit's eye that was trapped by the mystical Yin demonic net. In the next moment, the Yin spirit started to struggle violently and let out a hair-raising howl. But it didn't take long for the Yin spirit to stop moving. Song Ke and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that. Finally, one nether spirit was taken care of. The remaining two nether spirits would be easy to deal with. The three great nether spirits were all taken care of. Yu Qiong immediately walked up to them and took out a jade bottle to store the nether spirit's blood that oozed out from the nether spirit's body. That kind of thing could only be found by luck. A drop of nether spirit's blood could be exchanged for a lot of cultivation resources. Yu Qiong naturally would not waste it. However, the demon god and the others did not move. They looked at Yu Qiong disdainfully. They disdained using poison to harm people as it was too despicable. However, Yu Qiong did not care about it. If one wanted to survive, one had to do whatever it took. Chapter 34:25. Just when Gu Fei and the others were killing the devil's vines and the three incomparably powerful Yin spirits, the entire cave suddenly shook. Cracks appeared on the walls of the cave. Rumble. The entire cave was about to collapse. At the same time, an even more powerful aura surged out from the depths of the ground. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Let's go out first, Gu Fei said loudly. Then he raised his hand and slapped upwards. A huge hand appeared in the void. Boom! The entire ceiling of the underground cavern exploded. A huge hand that was even bigger than a mountain rushed out from the ground and slapped towards the sky. The huge hand grew bigger and bigger. Very soon, it covered the entire sky. This was the martial arts combat technique, Heaven Covering Hand. The power of a single hand covering the sky wasn't just a legend. Of course, in the current world, there were definitely less than 3 people who could cultivate Heaven Covering Hand to such a level. The huge hand eventually dissipated into the void. Rumble. It was as though the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Such a scene was too shocking. However, the most unfortunate one was the Een spirit that was almost forgotten by everyone. The Een spirit was nailed in the void by the devil's spear. Black blood continuously seeped out and dripped along the spear to the ground, corroding the ground. At this moment, the extremely tyrannical power that erupted from the ground directly shattered the nether spirit that was nailed in the void by the demonic spear into a cloud of blood mist, and it could not be more dead than it was. Roar! Just when Gu Fei and the others rushed out from the ground, a dull roar came from the depths of the ground. The entire ground was shaking. The sky changed color, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. This was simply as horrifying as the arrival of the apocalypse. There's another big guy in the depths of the ground. Song Ke was astonished. He could feel the power and terror of the aura that surged out from the depths of the ground. That unknown and mysterious creature was definitely much stronger than the devil's vines that Gu Fei killed. Gu Fei and the others rushed up to the sky and looked down. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge tentacle broke through the ground. Like a mountain ridge, it swept towards Gu Fei and the others in the sky. Buzz! Song Ke made his move. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of sword light. The moment the ray of sword light appeared, it turned into a 1,000-foot-long sword rainbow that slashed at the huge tentacle. A powerful and sharp ripple of sword chi spread out from the light, causing ripples visible to the naked eye to appear in the air. Clang! When the sword rainbow chopped down on the tentacle, sparks flew in all directions. It was unable to break the layer of greenish-black scales covering the tentacle. What? Song Ke was shocked. His sword light actually couldn't hurt this tentacle at all. How was this possible? One must know that he had already used his trump card. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked. How is this possible? Even an extreme path sword can't hurt this guy? Gu Fei's eyes lit up. He could naturally tell that the sword light that Song Ke spat out was extraordinary. There was a flying sword wrapped in the sword light. It was a sword that Song Ke refined himself. Back then, Song Ke was an extreme path sovereign. This sword that he refined into his body was forged by him through countless efforts. Boom! At this moment, there was another loud bang. Another tentacle broke through the ground and rushed out. A violent death aura erupted from the tentacle. The terrifying death aura instantly enveloped the entire region. At this moment, everyone saw that the situation was not good and had already retreated far away. Only Song Ke and the 3 gargoyles did not retreat. Yu Qiong was the first to escape. At this moment, the ground suddenly bulged. The creature in the ground was about to break through the ground and rush out. Eat my palm! Gu Fei shouted and slapped his right hand down. A tyrannical martial arts energy erupted from his hand and turned into a huge hand that covered the sky. Boom! The ground trembled. The huge palm shadow slapped on the bulging ground and actually caused the bulging ground to sink down. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. The entire ground suffered a great impact. The ground sank and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread in all directions. Mountains directly collapsed and the ground undulated like waves. Roar! A dull roar came from the ground. The creature in the ground seemed to be angered. An even more tyrannical aura erupted from the ground. Then, the ground that collapsed from Gu Fei's palm quickly bulged again. With an earth-shattering sound, a black shadow that was countless times bigger than a mountain broke through the ground and stood up from the ground. At this moment, even Gu Fei was a little stunned when he saw the scene. Song Ke and the others were even more dumbfounded because they saw an unbelievable scene. The creature that stood up from the ground had its head touching the sky and its feet stepping on the ground. The air that it breathed out turned into a gust of wind. The 2 tentacles that broke through the ground were actually the creature's hair. Even the ancient giants were nothing in front of this big guy. This Yu Qiong was so shocked by the scene that he was speechless. No one had ever seen such a huge person before. Of course, this person was definitely not a human, but a humanoid. Roar! The giant came out and roared at the sky. The dark clouds that shrouded the sky were dispersed, and the entire void looked like it was about to explode. Yu Qiong and Peng Shi's cultivation was not as strong as Song Ke and the others. They were immediately shaken by the sound wave and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces became extremely pale. Even the monster god's face showed a strange expression. The creature was too big and too powerful. The hair on its head was like a mountain ridge. The mountain on the ground was not even as tall as its heel. Gu Fei and the others were probably even smaller than a grain of sand in the eyes of this gigantic creature. The difference in size between them was huge. Even so, the gigantic creature still had its eyes on Gu Fei. The supergiant opened its mouth and sucked, and Gu Fei was immediately sucked into the black, hole-like mouth. Humph! A tyrannical extreme force erupted from Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, he stopped in the void. No matter how strong the devouring power was, it could not move him. In the next moment, Gu Fei's figure abruptly expanded, turning into a towering giant. Endless chaotic aura swirled around him. Every stream of chaotic energy was bigger than a mountain ridge. The creature was obviously taken aback when it saw Gu Fei suddenly turning into the same size as it. While the creature was stunned, Gu Fei made his move. A fist rapidly enlarged in the creature's eyes. Bam! The fist fiercely smashed on the supergiant's face. The sound of bones breaking was heard. The creature screamed and staggered back. Drops of blood dripped from its face. When a drop of blood fell on the ground, it turned into a small lake. A drop of blood turning into a sea. This was not something that only existed in legends. This super creature's blood contained an incomparably powerful essence energy. Once this essence energy dissipated, that small lake would turn into a real sea of blood. Roar! The giant creature roared angrily. Its long hair danced and turned into tentacles, entangling Gu Fei. Gu Fei laughed and directly reached out to grab the entangling tentacles. He then swung the giant creature and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Dust flew high into the sky and covered the entire region. Who knew how many mountains were directly crushed by the giant spirit? Seeing this, everyone's mouths were wide open. The battle between Gu Fei and Zhu Ling was simply too violent and direct. There were no killing arts or divine abilities. Instead, it was a close-range fight. When such a huge creature fought, it destroyed an area. Even Song Ke and the others had to retreat far away. The giant creature's strength was undeniable. Such a powerful being could kill someone like Yu Qiong with just one finger. The earth shook and countless mountains turned into dust. Even the beast corpse with the blood of a real dragon was grabbed by the giant creature and smashed towards Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei threw a punch and smashed the beast corpse, forcing the giant creature to retreat. Just as Gu Fei pushed the giant creature back, a black spear-like tentacle instantly pierced Gu Fei's chest, leaving a big hole in his clothes, revealing the sky-blue immortal gold battle armor underneath. Good heavens! Gu Fei was shocked. This giant creature was not simple. If he was not wearing the sky-blue immortal gold battle armor, he might have been injured. How could there be such a powerful being in such a dangerous place? That fella actually came here? At this time, on a mountain far away, a few figures appeared. The leader was an old ancestor of the Golden Crow clan. Old ancestor, this fella is digging his own grave. A young cultivator behind the old ancestor of the Golden Crow clan said, "Although the giant spirit demon is powerful, I'm afraid he won't be able to kill Gu Fei." The old ancestor of the Golden Crow clan stared at the figure fighting with the giant creature and said while gritting his teeth, "If it wasn't for this fella, the Golden Crow clan would not have been defeated so badly and had to hide here. Then what should we do? The young man from the Golden Crow clan said unwillingly. Gu Fei was the biggest enemy of the Golden Crow clan. Everyone in the Golden Crow clan could not wait to tear him into pieces. Since the giant spirit demon can't kill Gu Fei, let's attract a stronger opponent for Gu Fei. The old ancestor of the Golden Crow clan showed a vicious look. Yeah, why didn't we think of that? The young expert from the Golden Crow clan said, We'll do it now. Humph, Gu Fei, it's hard for you not to die this time. Chapter 34:26. Although there were dangers everywhere in the Tyene Desperate Domain, there were some places where spiritual qi gathered, which was a rare spiritual land in the world. However, such a place was definitely extremely rare in the Tyene Desperation Domain. Moreover, such a place was surrounded by powerful creatures. No one knew that the Golden Crow clan could find a spiritual land in the Tyene Desperate Domain and successfully retreat to this spiritual land to preserve their strength. In fact, Gu Fei had already vaguely guessed that the Golden Crow clan might have deliberately exposed their tracks and lured him into the Tyene Desperate Domain. They wanted to use the dangers of the Tyene Desperate Domain to deal with him. However, Gu Fei was bold. He clearly knew that he would encounter unimaginable dangers in the Tyene Desperate Domain, but he still broke into it. At this time, less than 50 kilometers away from the Tyene Desperate Domain, two incomparably huge figures were fighting fiercely. Horrible auras burst out from the two figures, shaking the whole area. What happened in the Tyene Desperate Domain? The movement in the Tyene Desperate Domain was so great that it soon alarmed the practitioners outside the Tyene Desperate Domain. Many practitioners appeared outside the Tyene Desperate Domain. That is, some powerful figures appeared outside the Tyene Desperate Domain. The legendary giant spirit demon? An old voice was heard. The practitioners outside the Tyene Desperate Domain were all shocked. Then they looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man walking slowly from the sky with a walking stick. This was an old man. This old man was really old, as if he had lived for countless years. There was an incomparably ancient and vicissitudes of life in his body. The old man's hair had almost fallen off. Only a few strands of white and yellow hair were hanging on the back of his head. His turbid eyes were devoid of any spirit. However, when the practitioners outside the Tyene Desperate Domain saw this old man, they were all extremely nervous. Even those powerful creatures retreated far away. This seemingly senile old man actually shocked all the practitioners outside the Tyene Desperate Domain. It really is the giant spirit demon. Who released this demon? The old man came closer. When he saw the two figures fighting in the Tyene Desperate Domain, his turbid eyes finally showed a trace of spirit. The legendary giant spirit demon? How is that possible? Wasn't that demon killed 10,000 years ago? Some people who knew the background of the giant spirit demon were in disbelief when they heard the old man's words. The giant spirit demon in the Tyene Desolate Domain was definitely one of the most powerful creatures in the Tyene Desolate Domain. However, 10,000 years ago, the east continent of the ancestral god realm was full of experts. 10,000 years ago, a peerless expert, the giant spirit demon, appeared in the east continent. It was said that the peerless expert entered the Tyene Desolate Domain alone and killed the giant spirit demon. Of course, this was only a legend. No one knew the truth. Now that the giant spirit demon had appeared, the legend of the giant spirit demon being killed by an unparalleled expert 10,000 years ago was naturally groundless. Who is that person fighting endlessly with the giant spirit demon? Someone said in shock. The strength of the giant spirit demon was absolute. However, there was actually someone who could contend against the giant spirit demon. This was beyond the imagination of all the cultivators. Could it be him? The old man said thoughtfully all of a sudden. At this moment, Gu Fei and the giant spirit demon were fighting at close range. Dull sounds of collisions were constantly heard, often accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Gu Fei was a quasi-supreme martial artist. Close combat was his forte. In just an instant, the giant spirit demon had suffered countless punches. The giant spirit demon was sent flying by Gu Fei's fists. Blood oozed out of his 7 orifices, making him look extremely hideous. At the same time, the black chain formed by the giant spirit demon's long hair whipped hard on Gu Fei's body. His clothes were instantly torn into pieces, revealing his sturdy upper body. His upper body was enveloped by a layer of faint immortal light. Within the immortal light, one could vaguely see an immortal armor that blocked the black chain. However, although the sky-blue immortal gold armor on Gu Fei's body had blocked the black chain formed by the giant spirit demon's hair, the power that erupted from the black chain still sent Gu Fei flying and smashing him to the ground. Boom! The entire ground shook violently. Countless mountains were instantly crushed by Gu Fei's huge body. The ground was covered in smoke and dust. It was a complete mess. Roar! The giant spirit demon got up from the ground. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of pitch-black, demonic fire at Gu Fei. The demonic fire instantly exploded and enveloped a region. Naturally, it also enveloped Gu Fei. The demonic fire from the giant spirit demon's mouth caused the void to collapse and be annihilated. A terrifying destructive aura spread. Gu Fei also stood up from the ground. His body was enveloped by a layer of hazy immortal light. All the demonic fire that was burning towards him was blocked by the immortal light on his body. What? Seeing this, the giant spirit demon couldn't help but be shocked. This guy is actually unafraid of my demonic fire. How is this possible? The demonic fire I spat out is my natal demonic fire. The natal demonic fire can burn everything in the world. However, the giant spirit demon's natal demonic fire couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. Rumble. At this moment, the sound of wind and thunder came from the demonic fire. A fist broke through the layers of demonic fire and fiercely smashed onto the giant spirit demon's face. The moment the fist hit the giant spirit demon, his face collapsed. His facial features were all squeezed together. In the next moment, the giant spirit demon's huge body was sent flying and smashed towards the outside of the absolute domain. What? All the cultivators watching the battle outside the absolute domain were shocked. They hurriedly retreated far away. The giant spirit demon's body was incomparably huge. If he were to directly smash out of the absolute domain, a large area outside would be directly smashed by his body. Just as the cultivators outside the absolute domain fled in all directions, the old man waved the walking stick in his hand. The giant spirit demon's body was immediately fixed in the void by a powerful force. Die! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly caught up to the giant spirit demon. He then smashed another fist. This time, it smashed onto the giant spirit demon's forehead. Kacha! The sound of bones shattering was heard. Cracks immediately appeared on the giant spirit demon's head. Gu Fei's punch had almost caused his head to explode. After receiving this blow, the giant spirit demon, who was fixed in the void by the old man, directly smashed towards the old man. The giant spirit demon's body was many times larger than an ordinary mountain. To the giant spirit demon, the old man was just like an ant. If he was hit by the giant spirit demon, even a quasi-supremacy would be severely injured. Roar! The old man let out a deep roar. In the next moment, an even more powerful force erupted from the old man's body. The giant spirit demon's falling body was once again fixed in the void. At the same time, the old man directly rushed out from below the giant spirit demon. Boom! The moment the old man rushed out, the giant spirit demon's body finally smashed down from the sky. The earth shook and the mountain collapsed. A mountain range was directly destroyed. Kill! Gu Fei let out a furious roar and directly rushed out of the death domain. He extended his right hand and pointed out with a finger. An extremely sharp extinction sword light immediately shot out from his finger and pierced the giant spirit demon's forehead, who had yet to get up from the ground. At such a close distance, the giant spirit demon couldn't dodge at all. Gu Fei's extinction sword light instantly pierced through the giant spirit demon's forehead, leaving 2 bloody holes on his head. The giant spirit demon, who had just gotten up, fell down again. "I still can't kill him this time," said Gu Fei. He was very confident in the sky-punishing sword light that he had cultivated. If the giant spirit demon was hit by his sword, his soul would probably be destroyed. However, in the next moment, the giant spirit demon, who had just fallen down, stood up again. Countless demonic auras circled around his huge body. Roar! The giant spirit demon roared angrily at the sky. The sound waves spread out and the whole world shook along with his roar. Some cultivators with weaker cultivation in the distance even fainted from the sound waves. At this moment, the old man had already retreated. He didn't want to fight with the giant spirit demon. Once he got entangled with the giant spirit demon, it would definitely not be a good thing. "What are you roaring for?" Gu Fei said as he flipped his right hand. An ancient cauldron immediately appeared in his hand. An aura that seemed to come from the chaotic primitive world spread out from the ancient cauldron. "Collect!" Gu Fei directly patted the bottom of the cauldron. A wave of chaotic primordial force immediately surged out from the ancient cauldron and instantly enveloped the giant spirit demon. What? The giant spirit demon felt his body tense up. He immediately flew towards the ancient cauldron in his opponent's hand, which surprised him. Boom! A ball of demonic light burst out from the giant spirit demon's body. An extremely terrifying demonic power burst out. The whole world darkened as if night had arrived. Roar! The giant spirit demon roared and directly punched forward. The violent fist energy blocked the devouring power that surged out from the ancient cauldron. Gu Fei was very surprised. This giant spirit demon could actually block the devouring power of the mountain and river cauldron. This was unbelievable. It should be known that the mountain and river cauldron was an extreme Dao tool. It was not something that ordinary Dao tools could compare with. The world inside the mountain and river cauldron was simply like a perfect world. No matter how many things there were, they could be stored inside. However, at this moment, the mountain and river cauldron actually found it difficult to store the giant spirit demon inside. Even Song Ke and the others were shocked when they saw this. "Go to hell!" Gu Fei roared and directly smashed the ancient cauldron in his hand at the giant spirit demon. Bang! The ancient cauldron smashed onto the giant spirit demon's chest. Chapter 34:27. Gu Fei threw out the mountain and river cauldron in his hand, and the giant spirit demon was sent flying. In the next moment, he took a step forward and caught up with the giant spirit demon in an instant. Then he stomped down on the giant spirit demon below. Bang! The giant spirit demon was immediately stomped down from the sky. Boom! The earth shook as the giant spirit demon landed heavily on the ground. A mountain ridge instantly turned into dust and was directly smashed into pieces. The whole area shook. The giant spirit demon was too big, like a giant that could split the sky. The mountain ridge on the ground was not even as tall as his heel. Even a strand of his hair was as big as a mountain. The experts outside the absolute domain were extremely shocked. The giant spirit demon was actually beaten out of the tiny absolute domain. This scene was too shocking. The giant spirit demon in the tiny absolute domain was a legend to countless cultivators in the east continent of the ancestral god realm. However, the legendary creature had actually appeared, which shocked the cultivators of the east continent. Roar! The giant spirit demon struggled to get up from the ground. However, at this moment, an ancient cauldron fell from the sky and smashed hard on his huge head. With a muffled sound, the giant spirit demon was knocked out by the ancient cauldron and fell to the ground, motionless. Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished, especially the cultivators outside the absolute domain. The legendary giant spirit demon was extremely powerful and was comparable to an extreme supreme master. However, today they actually saw someone knock out the giant spirit demon with their own eyes. In fact, it was very difficult for a powerful creature like the giant spirit demon to be knocked out. However, it was a pity that the creature was hit by the mountain and river cauldron. The consequences of being hit by the mountain and river cauldron were very serious. If it was an ordinary creature, its body and soul would have been destroyed. However, the giant spirit demon only fainted. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly activated the mountain and river cauldron and stored the giant spirit demon into the world inside the mountain and river cauldron. What is that? In the world inside the mountain and river cauldron, the earth spirit ancestor, who was imprisoned here, could not help but be shocked when he saw a huge humanoid creature appear in the void of this world. Even the earth spirit progenitor's heart palpitated at the powerful aura emanating from that creature. Where did Gu Fei catch such a creature? The earth spirit ancestor was shocked. He didn't know about the existence of the giant spirit demon because before he was captured by Gu Fei, he had been sleeping in the earth spirit clan's ancestral land. It was only in the past 10 years that the earth spirit ancestor had woken up from his slumber. In the past 1 or 2 years, he had begun to move about in the outside world. The giant spirit demon had been imprisoned in this world. Just like the earth spirit ancestor, he had become Gu Fei's prisoner. This was something that no one had expected. Gu Fei did not intend to kill the giant spirit demon. It would be a pity to kill such a powerful existence just like that. After putting away the giant spirit demon, Gu Fei no longer maintained the state of the heaven and earth manifestation. His huge figure dissipated and disappeared into the void. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei's body returned to its normal state. "Fellow Taoist, you're really something." At that moment, an old voice was heard from the side. "You are." Gu Fei turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw that the person who had spoken was the old man who had blocked the giant spirit demon just now. Although the old man looked like he had 1 foot in the grave, Gu Fei did not dare to underestimate the old man. In the world of cultivation, one's appearance did not mean anything. Some people like to look young, so they would keep their youthful looks. However, true experts would not care too much about their appearance. Gu Fei sensed an aura from the old man that moved him. East Pole Elder. The old man looked at Gu Fei calmly and said, "East Pole Elder?" Gu Fei frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Although he was calm, the others were not as calm. When they heard that the old man called himself East Pole Elder, countless cultivators present were shocked to the extreme. "What? He's the legendary East Pole Elder?" Someone exclaimed in surprise. The East Pole Elder was a living fossil in the east continent of the ancestral god realm. In today's world, there were not many existences that could compare to this old man. "You must be that Gu Fei who broke into the Golden Crow clan's ancestral land, right?" The Eastern Pole old man said as he looked at Gu Fei. His expression was very calm. At his level of cultivation, there were very few things in the world that could move him. "That's right." Gu Fei looked at the East Pole Elder opposite him and nodded. "The younger generation will surpass the older." The East Pole Elder sighed. The Golden Crow clan's ancestral land was not easy to break into. The East Pole Elder knew that even with his cultivation and combat strength, it would be difficult for him to do so. This was the reason why the East Pole Elder thought so highly of Gu Fei. Whoosh! Just when Gu Fei was about to speak, a gust of chilly wind suddenly swept out from the tiny, desolate domain. Sand and stones flew everywhere outside the domain, and the sun and moon dimmed. along with the chilly wind, was a bone-piercing chill. Wherever the chilly wind passed, the world and the void seemed to be frozen. Seeing this, Gu Fei had no time to speak. He hurriedly soared into the sky, and the chilly wind whistled past his feet. What's going on? While Gu Fei was shocked, he did not forget to look at San Ke and the others. He saw that these guys had already retreated far away, and the chilly wind that swept out from the tiny, desolate domain was wreaking havoc outside the domain. The cultivators outside the domain all fled far away in fear. However, there were still some unlucky people who were enveloped by the chilly wind. Then they became ice sculptures and fell from the sky. When they hit the ground, they instantly shattered into thousands of pieces. Seeing this, the other cultivators were all dumbfounded. The chilly wind raged, and only Gu Fei and the East Pole Elder could ignore the chilly wind that blew out from the tiny, desolate domain. A mass of chaotic divine light emerged from Gu Fei's body, and it blocked countless stones that were smashing towards him. However, he could not completely block the chilly aura. Roar! At the same time, a roar came from the depths of the domain. A violent and chilly aura spread out from the tiny, desolate domain, and the whole world seemed to be frozen. San Ke and the others retreated far away again. Could it be? At this moment, a cold light flashed in the depths of the East Pole Elder's turbid eyes. He seemed to have thought of something, and he looked very surprised. Damn it! Gu Fei managed to escape this calamity. At this moment, a figure stood on a mountain that was thousands of miles away from the outside of the tiny, desolate domain. It was a figure that was covered in golden flames. The experts of the Golden Crow clan were very unwilling to give up. They had lured a horrible existence here, but the battle was over, and the giant spirit demon had been taken away by Gu Fei. At this moment, on the top of a mountain that was hundreds of miles away from the outside, a mass of black fog was floating, and a figure could be vaguely seen in the black fog. We've failed. Let's retreat. High up in the sky, among the senior members of the Golden Crow clan who were hidden in the clouds, someone said, "Let's wait and see." A voice was heard, and then no one in the clouds said anything. Roar! With a roar, the mass of black fog floating above the mountain suddenly moved. It directly rushed in the direction of Gu Fei and approached him in an instant. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others sensed an extremely cold aura from the tiny, desolate domain, and a powerful creature appeared in the domain. Gu Fei and the creature sensed the existence of the creature in an instant. Apparition King? The East Pole Elder naturally sensed the existence of the creature, and his expression became serious. He knew very well how powerful and terrifying the Apparition King was. What Apparition King? Hearing that, Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked. It was already difficult to deal with ordinary apparition spirits, and now the Apparition King was here, which was even more difficult to deal with. All of you wait outside. I'll go and meet that Apparition King. After saying that, Gu Fei took a step and disappeared in the void. When he reappeared, he was already in the tiny, desolate domain. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void, a black fog immediately pierced towards Gu Fei like a sharp arrow. Humph! Gu Fei used the desolation steps and displayed his extremely fast body movement. He dodged the black fog in an instant and stretched out his right hand. 5 beams of divine light immediately rushed out from his 5 fingers. 5 beams of chaotic divine light rushed out from the 5 fingers of Gu Fei's right hand and turned into 5 sword-like sword lights. They flew towards the Apparition King, who was hiding in the black fog. The Apparition King let out a strange cry, and a powerful cold aura immediately erupted from its body. The next moment, the black fog that erupted from its body shrouded the surrounding void. The 5 sword lights directly broke through the layers of black fog. Just as they were about to pierce through the Apparition King, the void around the apparition suddenly collapsed. The 5 sword lights that Gu Fei shot rushed into the broken void and disappeared without a trace. This is interesting. Seeing that the Apparition King actually used such a method to break his 5 sword lights, Gu Fei could not help but be a little surprised. The Apparition King's strength was beyond doubt. Kill! Gu Fei did not want to waste time with this creature. He directly transformed into a bright sword light and pierced towards the Apparition King. The extremely powerful sword qi fluctuated mightily, and even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. Swoosh! The extremely fast sword light actually pierced through the Apparition King in an instant. Even the powerful Apparition King could not dodge it. Roar! The Apparition King roared, and its figure gradually became faint and illusory. Finally, it completely dissipated in the void. The Apparition King was killed by Gu Fei, just like that. How is this possible? Chapter 34:28. Gu Fei turned into a destructive sword light and killed the Dark Soul King with a single slash. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes, especially those from the Golden Crow clan who led the Dark Soul King here. Their mouths were wide open, and they were speechless. The Dark Soul King died just like that. The old ancestor of the Golden Crow clan muttered to himself on a distant mountain ridge. His voice was trembling. The combat strength displayed by Gu Fei was too frightening. With this person supporting Song Ke, how could the Golden Crow clan fight against Song Ke and take back their ancestral land in the eastern continent? The great ancestor of the Golden Crow clan was unwilling to accept this. They had paid a great price to lure the Dark Soul King out, but this was the result. The Dark Soul King was killed, and both his body and soul were destroyed. However, 9 drops of black blood were left behind. They were the size of a thumb, and they floated in the void. Each drop of black blood emitted a terrifying dark light. Outside the dark light was a black mist. A terrifying aura of death was exuding from the 9 drops of black blood. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the 9 drops of black blood, especially Yu Qiong. His eyes lit up, and he wanted to rush forward and collect the 9 drops of black blood. 9 drops of the Dark Soul King's real blood? The Eastern Pole old man was also surprised when he saw the 9 drops of black blood. The Dark Soul King was killed by Gu Fei, and both his body and soul were destroyed. However, 9 drops of real blood were left behind. This was something that no one had expected. Everyone was afraid of Gu Fei and did not dare to make a move. Otherwise, the surrounding experts would have already started fighting. One should know that ordinary blood of the Dark Soul King was already extremely rare and precious, let alone the real blood of the Dark Soul. This thing, Gu Fei also sensed the strong aura of death coming from the 9 drops of black blood floating in the void. The essence of death was extremely precious to the undead. However, these 9 drops of black blood were nothing to Gu Fei. He was not an undead. Of course, Gu Fei thought of the undead army that he had been nurturing. The 3 undead emperors were extremely powerful, but they were rarely put to use. At that moment, the 3 undying emperors had gone through the baptism of the immortal transformation lake and embarked on the path of defying the heavens and changing their fates. They wanted to reverse life and death, reform their bodies of flesh and blood, and become living beings with flesh and blood. Master, can you bestow these 9 drops of true blood to this subordinate? At this time, Yu Qiong walked towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a little surprised as he looked at Yu Qiong. He didn't know why Yu Qiong wanted the 9 drops of black blood. However, he was a little displeased when he saw the greed in Yu Qiong's eyes. Take it if you want. Gu Fei said after thinking for a while. Thank you, Master. Yu Qiong was overjoyed and quickly took out a jade bottle. It was a refined jade bottle with vague Dao runes on it. The surrounding cultivators were extremely envious when they saw Yu Qiong taking the 9 drops of Nether Soul King's true blood floating in the void. One should know that a drop of Nether Soul King's true blood was worth an astronomical price in the East Continent. Soon, the 9 drops of Nether Soul King's true blood were carefully taken away by Yu Qiong. At that moment, the demon god and Sankei looked at Yu Qiong differently, which made Yu Qiong feel uneasy. Of course, he knew that the demon god and Sankei would not dare to do anything to him, but it was hard to say for the others. The surrounding cultivators stared at Yu Qiong like hungry wolves. If it wasn't for Gu Fei standing beside him, Yu Qiong would have been torn to pieces by those cultivators. Humph. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly sneered. In the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above a mountain 1,000 miles away. What? The crowd could not help but be shocked upon seeing that. In the next moment, a furious roar rang out from the top of the mountain. A dazzling ball of divine light suddenly appeared at the top of the mountain, as if a divine sun had appeared in the world. An extremely powerful fire, elemental power, erupted. Everyone was shocked. At the top of the mountain, the shadow of a 3-legged bird could be vaguely seen in the blinding divine light, emitting an endless fiery light. "Golden Crow!" Outside the Taiyin domain, experts exclaimed. However, in the next moment, a giant hand descended from the sky and directly grabbed the golden crow that had soared into the sky from the top of the mountain. It was an extremely shocking scene. The golden crow that was grabbed by the giant hand exploded and turned into a ball of fiery light before dissipating into the void. The giant hand also dissipated. An extremely powerful golden crow had died, just like that. At that moment, 3 golden fiery lights rushed out from around the mountain. The other experts of the Golden Crow clan wanted to escape, but 3 sword lights appeared in the void and directly caught up with the 3 escaping experts of the Golden Crow clan. Without any suspense, the 3 sword lights flashed by, and 3 balls of bloody light immediately appeared in the sky. The 3 experts of the Golden Crow clan were directly killed, their bodies and souls destroyed. This, seeing that everyone was stunned. Gu Fei was ruthless. In just a short time, 4 experts of the Golden Crow clan had died in his hands. Continue. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the crowd, and then directly went to the nest of the Golden Crow clan in the Taiyin domain. When he killed them, he had already read the memories of their primordial spirits through the gods, stealing secret skill. Sankei and the others hurriedly chased after Gu Fei and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. No one knew where they had gone. The East Pole old man also wanted to enter the Taiyin domain, but he stopped after taking a step. He did not want to take the risk of entering the Taiyin domain. The dangers in the Taiyin domain were really hard to guard against. Even an expert like the East Pole old man, who had lived for countless years, could very likely die once he triggered the traps in the Taiyin domain. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei passed by a black mountain ridge, a cloud of black qi immediately rushed out of the mountain ridge and shrouded Gu Fei. Gu Fei sneered and waved his sleeve. The ball of black qi that enveloped him immediately dissipated. Swish! At the same time, a dark light directly pierced out from the black qi and instantly arrived before Gu Fei. It wanted to penetrate the center of his eyebrows and destroy his primordial spirit. However, just when the dark light was about to pierce Gu Fei, the space around Gu Fei suddenly distorted. The dark light immediately seemed to pass through a layer of transparent water and instantly disappeared. At this moment, Gu Fei extended his right hand and directly slapped the creature that was hidden in the black qi. The violent palm force dispersed the black qi around the creature. The creature was a poisonous insect that looked like a scorpion. It was the size of a hill and had thick, shiny black scales on its body. The thing that stabbed towards Gu Fei was a barb on the creature's tail. It was the tail of a scorpion. What's going on? At this moment, Sankei and the others had already caught up. When they saw the creature that Gu Fei was fighting, they were all shocked. A demon, black-armored scorpion? Sankei felt a headache when he saw the scorpion that was even larger than a hill and different from regular scorpions. He had stayed in the chaotic demon world for a period of time, so he naturally recognized many demons. The demon black-armored scorpion was a common demonic creature in the chaotic demon world. It was impossible for such a creature to be so powerful that it could actually fight against Gu Fei. Swish! At this moment, the demon black-armored scorpion's tail moved again. The barb at the tip of the tail shone with a chilling dark light, and a spot of cold light quickly flashed through the air. Gu Fei tilted his head, and the spot of cold light immediately brushed past the hair on his forehead. If he was half a step slower, the scorpion's venomous hook would have pierced his forehead. "How dare you!" Gu Fei directly extended his right hand and grabbed the scorpion's tail. Then he spun the demon black-armored scorpion around and smashed it onto the ground. Boom! The ground shook and a loud noise was heard. A huge pit immediately appeared on the ground. Gu Fei was holding half of the scorpion's tail in his hand. The demon black-armored scorpion's tail was directly torn off by Gu Fei. The scorpion's tail in his hand was still dripping with black demon blood. The demon black-armored scorpion was a demon's after all. Demon blood flowed in its body. Kill! At this moment, Yu Qiong rushed over from afar and directly attacked the figure in the pit. However, at this moment, a tail rushed out from the pit and directly slapped Yu Qiong's face, sending him flying. What? Yu Qiong could not believe his luck. The demon black-armored scorpion was crippled by Gu Fei, and even its tail was torn off by Gu Fei, but its combat power was still strong. Being slapped away by the demon black-armored scorpion's tail was definitely a great humiliation for Yu Qiong. "Ha ha!" the demon divine lord laughed. He was also happy to see Yu Qiong being slapped away. Rumble! At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. A powerful death energy burst out from the crater on the ground. Cracks spread out in all directions with the crater as the center. Swoosh! Another ray of black light shot out from the crater and pierced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei sneered, then stretched out his right hand and pressed down. A violent palm force immediately rushed out from his hand and obliterated the area below. Under his palm, the void was silently collapsing and annihilating, forming a terrifying destructive force which then swept towards the demon black-armored scorpion in the pit. Chapter 34:29. Gu Fei was surprised to see the black-armored demon scorpion, one of the most common demons in the chaotic demon realm, in the Tying Desolate domain. What surprised Gu Fei even more was that the black-armored demonic scorpion was so powerful that he couldn't help but be moved. Could it be that there's something in the lunar desolate domain that can change the physique of these demonic creatures and allow them to break through their limits and grow stronger? The method to improve one's cultivation and combat strength was exactly what Gu Fei needed at the moment, because he knew that the fire ape that escaped from the ancestral vein of the East Continent might come looking for him. The fire ape was a true extreme path existence. Once it recovered its vitality, it would be invincible in the world. Only the existence in the chaotic demon realm could compete with the fire ape ancestor after it recovered its vitality. Gu Fei was very curious about why the black-armored demon scorpion and the devil's vine were so powerful. Of course, he did not forget the purpose of entering the Tying Desolate domain. He wanted to uproot the Golden Crow clan and obtain the immortal tree. With the immortal tree and the ancestral dragon herb of immortality, Gu Fei would have 2 immortal divine herbs. Of course, the premise was that he could catch the immortal tree that appeared in the Tying Desolate domain. At that moment, Gu Fei blew up the black-armored demon scorpion with a punch. The scene shocked Song Ke and the others. However, something even more shocking was happening. The sound of wind came from all directions, and the mist that shrouded the void was dispersed. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. They saw that the space before them was filled with a huge black mass, all of which were huge black demonic butterflies. They could vaguely see skull-like patterns on the black demon butterflies' bodies. They were not ordinary demon butterflies, but ghost-faced demon butterflies. So many! Yu Qiong, who was next to Song Ke, could not help but sweat when he saw the countless ghost-faced demon butterflies in front of them. It was abnormal to see so many ghost-faced demon butterflies gathered together. How is this possible? The demon god's eyes lit up like two cold stars shining brightly in the dark void. The demonic butterfly was only a legendary demonic creature. During the great war of gods and devils, all those years ago, the ghost-faced demon butterfly had also appeared. However, after the great war of gods and devils, this kind of demonic creature had completely disappeared from the ancestral god realm. No one could have imagined that they would run into such a large group of ghost-faced butterflies right outside the Gold Crow clan's spiritual land. The demonic butterfly was a solitary monster. It would never appear in a group. But now the demonic butterfly in front of them had shattered everyone's understanding of the demonic butterfly. Woo! At this time, a faintly discernible voice suddenly came from an unknown place. In the next moment, the dense mass of ghost-faced demonic butterflies in front of them began to move. Countless ghost-faced demon butterflies flew towards Gu Fei and the others, covering the sky and covering the earth. Yu Qiong and the others were shocked when they saw this. There were so many ghost-faced demonic butterflies, and each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. Even the 3 gargoyle golems were a little nervous. With so many ghost-faced demonic butterflies gathered together, such a force was definitely not to be underestimated. Swoosh! Just when everyone was hesitating whether to take action or not, the demonic butterflies had already made their move. Rays of demonic light rushed out from the demonic butterflies and pierced towards Gu Fei and the others. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and raised his hand. A large cauldron immediately appeared in his hand. Buzz! The large cauldron let out a buzzing sound, and a circle of transparent ripples immediately spread from the large cauldron. Countless piercing demonic lights immediately exploded in the void. They could not even get close to Gu Fei and the others. Even the dozens of ghost-faced demonic butterflies that rushed at the front also exploded and turned into clouds of black mist. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. However, the ghost-faced demonic butterflies did not panic and continued to rush towards Gu Fei and the others. Are these things controlled by someone? The monster god Venerable looked at the ghost-faced demonic butterflies rushing towards them and said in surprise, Gu Fei's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that. In the next moment, he used one of the 9 secrets of a mortal path, godly snatching secret technique. Countless divine lights directly rushed out from between his eyebrows and instantly entered the bodies of the ghost-faced demonic butterflies that were rushing towards him. In the next moment, he sensed something strange on the bodies of the ghost-faced demonic butterflies. He sensed a divine thought fluctuation within the bodies of the ghost-faced demonic butterflies. The divine thought fluctuation did not belong to the ghost-faced demonic butterflies at all. As expected, they're controlled by someone. Gu Fei smiled. He then used the godly snatching secret technique and used the power of the immortal path secret technique to directly destroy the trace of divine thought in the ghost-faced demonic butterflies. He then replaced that trace of divine thought to control the ghost-faced demonic butterflies. Then, a scene that made Sankei and the others dumbfounded happened. The countless ghost-faced demonic butterflies that were rushing towards them stopped at the same time. What's happening? Yu Qiong said in shock. Could it be? Sankei glanced at Gu Fei. A ball of divine light emerged from the center of Gu Fei's brows, and a powerful divine will rippled from the ball of divine light. As expected, Sankei knew what was happening. At that moment, the countless ghost-faced demonic butterflies suddenly retreated to the sides and made a path. Master this! Yu Qiong stared at the scene in disbelief. Did their master control these demonic creatures? Gu Fei's methods had always been brilliant, and this time was no exception. He used the godly snatching secret technique to control the ghost-faced demonic butterflies. In the next moment, with a thought The ghost-faced demonic butterflies turned around and charged towards the spiritual land where the Golden Crow tribe was located. The area ahead was densely packed with ghost-faced demonic butterflies. Soon, a series of dull collisions could be heard. Gu Fei and the others quickly rushed forward to see what was going on. A ball of divine light appeared in front of them, completely enveloping a valley. The ghost-faced demonic butterflies collided with the ball of divine light and were directly sent flying. Gu Fei, Song Kei, you're so ruthless. Are you trying to kill us all? An old voice came from the depths of the valley that was enveloped by the divine light. The valley was filled with lingering spiritual energy, with flowers blooming like a brocade and a spiritual spring adorning it. The spiritual water from the spiritual spring converged into a small stream on the ground and flowed in the valley. There were pavilions, terraces, small bridges, and flowing water in the valley. Lingering spiritual energy and celestial birds could be seen everywhere. It was really a paradise. I didn't expect there to be such a spiritual land in the tiny, desolate domain. It's really unbelievable. Everyone was shocked to see the scene in the valley in front of them. The spiritual energy in the valley was incomparably abundant. Cultivating in it would naturally be twice the result with half the effort. At that moment, a series of collisions could be heard. The countless ghost-faced demonic butterflies under the control of Gu Fei were constantly rushing forward and directly colliding with the divine light. Rumble! At that moment, the protective formation of the valley was shaking. Above the divine light that enveloped the valley, countless divine inscriptions could be vaguely seen and intertwined into a golden Taoist diagram. The essence of heaven and earth from all directions immediately gathered towards the protective formation of the valley. So what if you're trying to kill us all? In the past, didn't your Golden Crow tribe also try to kill my chaotic Golden Rock tribe? Song Kei said disapprovingly. His face was extremely cold and his eyes flickered. A powerful aura immediately spread from his body. Among the people present, except for Gu Fei, everyone could feel the strong pressure from Song Kei. Humph, you can kill your way in if you can. The old voice sounded again. At that moment, the ground outside the valley was already filled with the corpses of the ghost-faced demonic butterflies. The ghost-faced demonic butterflies under the control of Gu Fei were still colliding with the protective formation of the valley. Therefore, the ghost-faced demonic butterflies were unlucky. Since you've said so, wouldn't I be letting myself down if I don't kill my way in? Gu Fei suddenly spoke. Then a powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the space around him to become unstable. Pitch-black cracks began to appear in the space around him. At that moment, the last ghost-faced demonic butterfly collided with a layer of divine light protecting the valley. At the same time, the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand flew up and became as huge as a mountain. It then fiercely smashed towards the layer of divine light protecting the valley. Seeing this, Song Kei and the others hurriedly retreated. The strength of this power was definitely enough to shake a true supreme being. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain and river cauldron that had become as huge as a mountain directly smashed onto the layer of divine light above the valley. Heaven and earth shook, and the protective formation of the valley was directly shaken. Cracks appeared on the layer of divine light, and the Tao diagrams on the divine light disappeared as well. It can actually withstand an attack from the mountain and river cauldron? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. They knew very well how powerful Gu Fei's mountain and river cauldron was. It was a supreme Tao weapon that could suppress a world. The protective formation of the Golden Crow clan was indeed very good. However, everyone knew that Gu Fei definitely had the ability to break this formation. At that moment, the ancient cauldron flew up and smashed downwards again. There was no suspense. After a loud bang, more cracks appeared on the protective formation of the Golden Crow clan. Just as Gu Fei made his move, waves of demonic aura came from the surrounding area. Extremely powerful figures faintly appeared from the demonic aura, emitting a terrifying aura of death. What's going on?